Hi, Bill. I can't hear you.
There we go. Sorry. Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Long
Okay.
day. We're ready.
Sorry. Do you have some snacks?
I got my lunch, got my snacks.
Good.
Don't have water, and we'll have a couple of breaks. John's
Yeah.
planning on doing
Yeah,
2
that
breaks.
sounds good.
Yeah, so all good. How about you? You all ready? You set? Okay, good, good.
I like to eat. Okay, I'm going to put you on mute.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Sharon?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be doing the screen.
Okay, so I'll give you, I'll do that right now.
Okay, perfect.
Sharon, you are in a practice. At the top of my screen, it says you are in a practice session.
I know, I haven't started yet.
Okay, just
I know.
wanted, okay, very good. Thank you. For anybody that's on, my clock says we are not quite at 10:45, and I will wait until it says 10:45. Okay, it is now 10:45 according to my clock. So I'd like to start the Montecito Board of Architectural Review consent agenda. Item number 1, is there anybody here to represent that? Joaquin, you're on mute. Excellent. So,
Yes, John, right here.
okay, so can we review those minutes? Okay, nice design, small straightforward project. One member considered a uniform plate height, another one a more traditional Western elevation. So let's see what you've done with that, please. And we have 3 items, so let's try to keep this thing sharp.
Absolutely. We'll keep it, see what we got to drink. So here's what we did. Thank you both for being here. Try to keep this real simple. There was a couple on the elevation that you see there, the west elevation. We had the dormer on the north side, which would have been on the left side of that garage door. And it balance was a little off, so we shifted it over as requested to the right side. It works better. And we also centered the ridge, the barn style garage doors and trellis, and that also made that structure a little simpler. Other than that, nothing was changed. We kept all the comments that were made, applied them to the drawings, and that's what we're looking at here.
Dave, do you want to participate or bow out on this item? You're on mute, David. David?
Hi, John. Thanks. I can participate since I'm on. Yeah.
Okay, and do you have any comments about this project, please?
I don't.
I want to ask one question, Joaquin.
Sure.
I see that you have no windows or doors on the north-facing wall, but you're also within about a foot or so of the property line. Are you prepared to have that be a rated wall and probably roof?
Yeah, we have like we'll have a wall, a roof that has to project in at least 5 feet, but that'll be in compliance with the building code, the fire code, and
Okay.
we definitely are prepared for that.
Okay, very good. So Given that, and you're probably also going to need a layer of drywall underneath that hardy board. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
It'll be a rated assembly of the wall and a portion of the roof. You're right, though.
Perfect. Okay. So, David, I am prepared to recommend approval. Would you concur with that?
I concur, John.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, guys. Nice job.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Okay. Item number C2, 1987 Burnham Wood Drive. Is there somebody here that would like to chat with us about that project? Let me read the minutes. Architectural landscaping changes acceptable. One member suggested gating one or both driveways and reducing the width of at least one. I believe those are comments not for this meeting, but the previous. So is there somebody here from the representing this project, please?
Yeah, this is Greg Chrisman. I'm filling in for Clay Arell
Okay,
on
very
this
good.
project.
Excellent. So David, do you want to jump in, or Bill, do you want to jump in on this?
Well, I need to see the plans.
Oh, sorry, it's taking a long time to load these
Okay.
up for some reason. I don't know why.
Because the entire universe is that way right now.
I need the Jeopardy music. Do, do, do.
Okay, I can share with my fellow board members that
There.
I have reviewed this project.
Okay, all right.
And I found it acceptable from an architectural standpoint of view. They did provide a very nice set of finished details that addressed my concern as an architect.
Yes.
And I don't see that they've done anything else. The whole board seemed to think that their entrances that they provided were good and sufficient. And so does anybody have a comment about this? David or Bill, please.
No, I think I reviewed it too. The details look good. Everything looked good to me.
Okay, what I would like to do, now this is not the applicant's problem at all, but we are in a transition right now about members of the landscape review team who, with qualified people coming back in the next day or two. So where are you guys at in the planning department, in the building department, please?
I can speak to that. This is Kier with Bosky Landscape Architecture. So yeah, I think I described last time, we are within the building department, but we obviously would like to get this past us. I think we've reviewed this 3 times prior. And then, yeah, actually that landscape material sheet, I think that was the only thing that was missing from the last set.
Well, the finished details as well. Okay, so what I'd like to do is to recommend to the board, the full board, that we approve this project with the planner in consultation with one of our landscape members to review the landscape plan, and then go from there. Would that be acceptable with you?
Yeah, is the landscape in this set? I didn't see the landscape.
I think it's the last sheet. I think the last sheet.
One that's not showing up.
No, there should be multiple sheets for the landscape plan.
Is it in the beginning? I don't know
No.
what's going on.
Yeah, it's in the beginning.
This file seems, let me try something else here.
It doesn't look like it's in that set there.
Is it in this? There's several sets. I'm getting a lot of old sets in here for some reason. I don't know why that is.
So
Maybe Kathleen could speak to that.
Looks like you found
There it
it,
is.
Bill, because this
There it
one's
is, yeah.
compressed. The file's compressed.
Yeah,
right?
well, this is an old set. This is not.
This is an old one? All right.
Yeah, so the last set we haven't changed anything from our last meeting, and I believe
This is
that was all approved.
January 28th. This one says February 1st.
and I am assuming it's going to get approved, but I would like a more knowledgeable set of eyes
Kathleen-
to review this.
Yeah, sorry, the landscape set has not changed from the last meeting. Is Kathleen available to speak to that potentially?
Yeah, so I'm here. And yes, the landscape plan hasn't changed. I thought it had been uploaded in the February plan set that was compressed.
Oh, okay. So you think it's in this February set then here?
That was my understanding. That was the most recent set that we had
Okay,
received.
let's look at it again.
Well,
Anyway,
in
yeah.
any case, I don't know
No,
that
this is-
any of the three of us are qualified to evaluate this. I don't believe there's going to be any issue with it, but what I would like to do is to make that motion to have one of our landscape people review it in consultation with the planner, move this out of our arena, get it into the planner in consultation, and move forward. Would that be acceptable to
agree.
everybody?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, and so that's the recommendation we will make. I would like to apologize to everybody that's on this call. For the previous project, 1120 Hill Road, it was on for preliminary approval. County Council has required that I ask, is there anybody on this call that would like to comment about 1120 Hill Road? Okay, seeing none, close public comment on that. Okay, thank you. So that's what we're going to do. So we just move on. And Kathleen, I will make a motion to the effect that you and one of the people, probably Claire, who should look at this because she's familiar with it. I believe she's coming, she'll be available in a couple of days.
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, item C3. Okay. Lighting, we have approved, hi Steve, we've approved everything. Okay, so site lighting is excessive clarified landscape plan. I asked Steve and his team to break this out so that they just have the lighting plan available on one sheet, which they did. Or two sheets. So I want to thank you for that. I believe that Dave and Bill have had an opportunity to review the sheet prior to this meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, it's interesting, John. The sheet that I looked at was different because they have reduced the amount of tree lighting on this one. So I must have had an older file in my folder.
I think that if I can.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, if you could explain the changes you've made, because this is new to me here.
This is the correct file. I think there was an older set that has the previous one in there. This is the updated one, and you can tell because down here by the pool, there were some floor lamps proposed there that have been removed. And I can walk you through it. There's only one floor lamp remaining, and that the cursor's on it right now, and that's in the rear of the property that the public can't see, shielded by the structure and by that sort of mound of oak trees that are in that egg-shaped area there. Removed quite a few riser lights and replaced them with down-facing path lights, and also reduced the quantity. Changed some of the step lights to be more of a ground-mounted half dome. There's only one light for oak tree now, and it does say that they'll be mounted at 12 feet max.
But in every tree, correct?
Pardon me?
But one per tree, but
Right.
it looks like in a lot of trees. Am I correct in that?
Just trees around the house itself, not around the exterior.
No, that's not what, Bill, are you in control of this?
Yeah, I
That's-
just identified. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks to me like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then around the perimeter, 7, 8,
There's 3 here.
9, 10, 11. So I would say that you are inaccurate in your representation here, please.
Well, we reduced it from, remember, we had 3 of them in each tree, and that was what your comment was, and we've reduced it down to 1.
Okay.
And I do want to add, we do have our lighting designer on, Pia Newmeyer. She's in the attendees list rather than a panelist. So if we have any questions for Pia, I think she could chime in.
And what is her name, please, so that Sharon can promote her?
Pia De Leon Newmeyer.
Okay.
I just brought her She's over now, Steve.
Okay, thank you. Now, we have 3 minutes, and we have 14 items today, so I'd like to keep going. Bill or Dave, or comments, please.
Yes, comments or questions or both?
All of the above.
Okay, what is the wattage of the lights proposed in the trees?
6 watts
Per fixture?
Per fixture?
per fixture.
Is that these guys here?
Okay,
Okay,
Any-
and then there is one tree where there's still 3 lights proposed. Was that on purpose or was that an oversight?
Oh, I think that was an oversight. Elisa might have just not been able to take it out.
I think it's an oversight, yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah, she was rushing to get this done.
I think you're labeling 8 watts here. Is that right? Is this the wrong fixture?
No, that's the correct fixture because and that has a baffle on it, correct? Yes. So it's 6. Is there a limit to the wattage that we're allowed? I know
Yeah.
the height is 12 feet, but the max.
Generally speaking, we have 2 minutes and a half. Generally speaking, we want essentially no lights. You know, it's supposed to be really dark in this community. It is
Right.
not Los Angeles. It is not Beverly Hills. It's Montecito.
Right.
So we're trying to keep it down to next to 0. Okay, so Bill, do you have a comment, please?
Yeah, my comment would be, reduce this down to 1. And I would say, these that are against property line, I don't know, this is the road up here. I would suggest maybe eliminating, some of these that are going to interfere with neighbors, be conscious of the neighbor. Maybe you go every other tree here, I don't know. And that I'm okay with the path lights and the step lights. Those are okay. This is fine on the interior. This floor lamp, outside floor lamp, and the interiors are okay. I think certainly in this cluster of up lights on those or down lights in these trees. I think it's the ones that are on the perimeter over here and maybe at the front. If those would be interfering with neighbors, I would suggest maybe not having those.
Okay, so it's about the light trespass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're trying to keep moving. David, you have, and I apologize, we're just really jammed today. David, you have comments, please?
I agree exactly with Bill's comment to reduce the one tree that was an oversight to 1, and then to eliminate the lights at the property line where it might impact the neighbor.
What I
And
would
I
like,
appreciate you eliminating the floor lamp that was more exposed. And since this one is more concealed, then I can support that.
No, absolutely. If I could just make one comment, because
Quick.
the idea of the lighting here is to have very low levels of light. It's really more about, we don't want a lot of ambient light. It's a very magical site. Obviously, we know that it's the way it's situated. So just so you know, we're limiting the light already as it is, and I'm trying to cut back on the wattage.
okay, so
Okay.
What I would like to do, Veronica, are you on? Okay, maybe not. She's the planner. What I'd like to do is if Dave and Bill would accept this assignment, is to approve this plan on the condition that Bill Wolf and Dave Mendro, working with the planner and the applicant, find a solution that Bill and Dave believe is correct.
Can we, John, can we just condition it with Bill's comments? I think
Well, what I'm concerned about is that it may not get well interpreted.
I'm fine with reviewing it out.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so
if they want to send that,
Bill, do you want to just do it by yourself?
that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so we are done with consent calendar. I will make that motion to try to get it as clear as possible. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
We're trying to find a way. Okay, so we are up to,
Right on time.
well, a little bit late, 2 minutes late. We have a long meeting. So I would like to call the, what day are we today? February 10th, 2022 Board of Architectural Review meeting to order. So first item is public comments. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on something that is not on the agenda today, please?
I didn't receive anything, John.
Thank you. Okay, I'll close public comment. Number 2, reconsider the circumstances of COVID-19. Since I've made the motions in the past, I'd like to do it again. It appears that we're coming out of COVID, but for the next 30 days, there are requirements still in place, at least at the state level, and I believe at the local level. And I am waiting to hear an all clear from both of those sources. So I would like to recommend that we consider a virtual only meeting for the next 30 days. Is there a second to that, please?
I'll second that.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed, please? Okay. Agenda status report, item number 2. Kimberly or Sharon, please.
I don't have any changes to the agenda.
Excellent, thank you. Minutes, I did not see minutes, is that correct?
I did not either.
We will just need to continue those, please.
Bill, did you want to make a motion for continuance?
I'd like to make a motion to continue the minutes of February 3rd, 2022, special Mbar meeting till the next agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Any comments, please? All those in favor? Aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, excellent, passes. Montecito consent agenda. Item C1, 1120 Hill Road, on for preliminary and final. I would like to recommend that the board approve this item as submitted. And I would like to make a motion to that extent. Is there anybody that would like to second that?
I will second that.
This is for preliminary and final. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on item C1, 1120 Hill Road, please?
I don't have anybody here, John.
Okay, excellent. All those in favor, please.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions?
I'm going to abstain. Bill Wolf's abstaining.
Okay, item C2, on only for final. We reviewed this project. I believe that it is a very good project. The one comment we had is that there is a landscape plan, and as we all know, we don't have a landscape representative with us today. So what I would like to do is to move for final approval as submitted, with the planner to be in consultation with one of our landscape people to review the landscape plan.
I'll second that motion.
Is there any further discussion on that, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item C3. Well, I think we got close, but we're not quite there. This has to do with the lighting up on that house that's got a very nice round shape, beautiful house. And so what I'd like to do is to make a motion for final approval with the applicant in consultation with the planner, in consultation with Bill Wolf to represent our board, to make the final 1 or 2, 3 changes to the plan, just to tighten it up.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion about it? We're for final only here. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, MBAR informational briefings, please. Anybody do anything, go anywhere?
No?
Nope.
I would like to say, John, that Elida Aldridge was going to start today. She's been approved by the Board of Supervisors at their meeting on Tuesday. She had a prior commitment, but she will be joining us on February 24th.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And we'll have an introduction. So I'll give her a couple minutes to introduce herself.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. So anything else? NBA?
I know.
Okay. Item number 6, staff update. Anything, Kimberly Sharon, please?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you.
Are we good? Okay,
Yes.
I do want to say one thing. We have 14 items on the agenda. And so what I would like to do is to take 2 probably 5-minute leg stretching breaks. One after item 5 and one after item 10. We'll try to keep it as tight as we can to 5 minutes, but this is a long meeting. Also, chances are we're going to be eating our lunches in front of the computer, so maybe we turn off the mic, maybe we turn off the video while we grab a little bite. So thank you all. Let's go. Item number 1, conceptual review 1544 San Leandro Lane. Sophie Calvin, I think I saw you there a minute ago. Sophie?
Yeah, she's here.
Maybe unmute yourself, Sophie.
Sorry. There we go. Okay, sorry.
Okay, not a problem. Okay, so we've seen this property before, right?
We have seen this property before. We had a full landscape plan. Screening was very important to the board. That's the existing landscape plan. What we're proposing to do, and if you don't mind keeping on this page, is Bill Wolf the one managing?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Okay, so what we're proposing to do, the clients decided they wanted to put a second story on a section of the house, and you will see that in the upper right corner where it is hatched. That square footage is 737 square feet. So what was there below was a single-story master bedroom that now is being converted to a game room. You see the billiard table, a set of stairs that get you upstairs, and then larger closets, which are the part hatched over the other bedroom. So that's what we're looking for. It is in the back corner of the property, which is northeast corner. We're not encroaching any further than anything else. The footprints, we're staying within the existing footprints. So let's go on to the next.
Well, before you do that, FAR, and did you do an FAR study, please?
Yes, the FARs right now are at 116.
And did you do a study, please?
I did do a study, but do you want me to go through that first?
No, that's fine. I'm sorry, whatever order.
So if you don't mind going to the next after
Photographs.
the plan. So the next sheet is the photographs, just to remind you of what the house looks like before any of the work got started. We'll go on to the next sheet, which is A4. So this is the existing floor plan. I just kind of explained that to you before, where the master was in the upper right corner, where it was a bedroom, a bathroom, and everything. So basically, they just moved the first floor to the second floor and made a billiard room or a game room down below. And next, now here's the floor plan that you see, which is page A6. Thank you, Bill. So you can see what the use is and how, and the size of the square footage. Okay, so the roof plan, we really played with the roof. That's the existing roof plan. So if we don't mind going down to the next, we created a hip roof in the front. That's the closet area, so that it wouldn't look so massive from the front. I really don't think it's going to be looking that tall, but we wanted to soften the roof by creating a hip instead of a gable. Next page. Now you'll see the elevations. Those are existing elevations. We'll go to the next. Now you see the addition on the left side of the page on that north elevation. That's the second story above. The maximum height that we have, what do I have? It's like 22.7, 22.4, sorry. And then you see that break of a shorter plate height of the closets and the gable roof. Next page. we're working with the same color palette. We're not changing the color of the house. Light fixtures were already approved on the previous remodel. I just want to point out section A, the first floor billiard room is 8'6" plate height. Second floor is 8-foot plate height. Okay, here we go. FARs. Okay, so I did an FAR study. You'll see in the corner, at the corner of Miramar and San Leandro, the address 154 San Leandro Lane, and it is at 116, which you saw on the FAR sheet. So I did a study, plus or minus 10% of the size of my client's property, and this is what came up. The pink represent the ones that are over. So it goes from 116, 118, 135, 130, 139, 127. There are 3 that are under. And when I did my research with the county archives and other documents that I could get, permits, if anything had been added to over the years, those 3 are the original houses. There was no additions done to them. Okay, so yes, we are over the FARs, but we feel that the project is well screened. It's located in the back of the property. We know that it's not blocking any views. I feel my client would really like to have that second story, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Are you done then, Sophie?
I am done. I could give you the average of overage FARs.
No, it's.
Yeah, you saw the FAR, so that's what I'm done unless you have further questions.
Questions from the board. So let us start with Don Sharp, please.
No questions.
Tip?
What is the new FAR?
New
What is
FAR is
the current?
116.
And what's the maximum height of the second floor?
Of the height of the
22.4.
second floor only, or the total height?
The total height to the ridge?
22.4, I think.
22.4.
Thank you.
Tip? Oh, I'm sorry, Bill.
The driveway isn't changing then? It's existing like that? Is that right?
The driveway that's on this plan is existing. There's actually 3 throats to driveways. So where you see in the lower left corner is the fire truck access, and then the exit out of San Leandro. Then there's a detached garage, and that has its own little driveway up to the garage.
So those are all existing.
They're all existing. You guys saw all that.
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, that was all I had. Thanks.
Dave?
I would just like to clarify, are we only reviewing the second story addition? We started out with the landscape plans and other things. Has that all already been approved? And we're just
They have a
reviewing the second
building
story?
permit for the additions and remodel to the house.
Okay, so this is just focusing on the change of adding the second story.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. That's my question.
Can we go back to the site plan that shows the setbacks, please? I think it's, I don't know, one of the first 2 sheets. Please.
A2.
Okay, it looks to me like you're in the setbacks. Do I read that correctly or no?
Yes.
It is in the setback on the eastern side, but that's existing. There was a permit that room was an addition, I believe, in 85, and that got approved.
Okay, so the first floor was approved.
The first floor was approved.
Okay, so now we have a second floor in the setback, correct?
It sits above the footprint of the first floor, correct?
That's in the setback.
Correct.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Sophie. Any other questions before we go? Oh, public comment, please. Anybody in the public that would like to address item number 1, 1544 San Leandro Lane? We are on for concept only. Anybody, please?
John, I don't see anybody's hand raised, and I didn't receive any notes.
Okay, excellent. And comments, we'll go in the same order. Don, do you have a comment?
Thank you. Yes, I'm very concerned about the second floor intruding on the required setback. And I think that can be rectified very easily and would result in a better rear elevation than you see right there. I think I would be okay with if that reduction was made, I would be okay with the FAR, and do not think we need to have a site visit. Thank you.
Excellent for your thoroughness there. Tip.
Yes, I think I'm in agreement with Don's comments, and I want to add a couple of things. The FAR, it's borderline. I don't like to go over, but sometimes, we need to go over if it helps. But my main concern is really the bulkiness of the second floor. I think it's really massive. And that's why I asked how tall it is. I don't know why it looks so massive. Maybe the placement, the windows, it just really, I think, stand out. And I think that we have to do a story pool to really how it's affecting the neighbors. And I definitely don't want to support this with a second story cantilever to a setback. And yeah, so without further comments, I'd like to do a story poll for that portion. So make sure that the neighbors, it's not affecting the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip. Bill?
Yeah, I agree with all those comments. I completely agree with the massing of this. It just feels very blocky, and actually by stepping it back out of the setback, I think, as Don mentioned, it's going to make this elevation look a whole lot better. And I do think we need to probably story pole at least this ridge back here so we can see what's going on. I'm not necessarily convinced that the gable and hip combination is a good one. I don't know. I'm open to options on that, but I know you have hips and gables all over, so I could be okay with that. That's all.
David?
I agree with all the comments about pulling back out of the setback, studying hip roof. I also think the window fenestration doesn't relate to the house as well as it might, and I'd ask them to study that. I think site visit is definitely in order with the story poles, especially if they're going to propose to encroach into the setback. So I'm just going to concur with all those other comments.
Okay, and my comment is I agree with everybody. I just want to add, it's been referred to, but I don't think this is the best elevation you have ever drawn, Sophie. And I would love it to be the best. So if you could take a good hard look at it. So
can I ask one question when you're ready?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we understand that the first floor encroaches into the east elevation.
Correct.
And what I'm hearing the board say is just reduce the second floor so it's not in the rear setback, the rear setback.
That is what my understanding is. Everybody else in concurrence with that?
I agree.
Yes.
Then it could have a nice little roof line there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah, you're permitted. We're not trying to take that away. We just don't want to further that encroachment, right?
Okay.
Okay, so there is no motion, it's concept. So what we would like to do is to have a site visit, have the applicant study getting the second story out of this setback, and take a good hard look at the fenestration on the building and maybe the roof lines. Okay, and what do people think? Should we get this thing back for preliminary? I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
I think they can preliminary and final with the task of just putting together details are going to be the details. So
you know what, Bill, I'm not sure about this because there's so many things that look low art. I think we should come back with further conceptual.
Okay, and then maybe where we're going to go, Sophie, is preliminary, final, and consent.
That's what I agree. I agree with Tip. That's a better way to go.
Okay, so further conceptual. Thank
Are there
you.
story polls involved or just a site visit?
Story poll. No reason to have a site visit without the story poll.
Well, you have had site visits without story poles. I just didn't hear the word story pole. I want to be clear.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I just want to be clear.
Okay, excellent. Item number 2, we're on for concept 722 Knapp Drive. Is there anybody here to represent that project, please?
Yes, hello. This is April Palencia. I've just turned on my video.
And Chris Gilliland, landscape architect.
And Jarrett Gorin, land use planner.
Okay. April, are you,
Yeah.
whoever gets
Yep.
started, please get started, please.
I'll start. So good morning, I'm April with Vanguard Planning, and I know you have a full agenda, so I'll try and be brief as we run through these photos. I'm the architect of the project, and it's located at 722 Knapp, which is just south of Lotus Land. That first photo, if we can scroll to the top there. Yeah, that kind of locates you in Montecito, and the second photo shows, yes, this aerial that we're focused in is fine. The circular driveway or semicircular driveway is on the north side of the property, the left of this page. And we are going to, as you'll see in the plans, try and minimize that to a great extent in our improvements. And currently it leads to the garage on the east side, which is the top of that photo, and we'll be relocating the garage to the west side to shorten up that driveway. So on the right side of the page is Knapp Drive, and you approach the property from the bottom left of that photograph. Next photo. This is the property as viewed from the north boundary, which is down the hill at Arcady Street. It's just a gate and a boulder, and go ahead to the fourth photo. Another angle from Arcady, just looking up through the brush and at the hillside. This fifth photo shows the entrance to the property from Knapp Drive on the southwest side of the property, and the pedestrian gate to the right actually leads to their backyard, and then the driveway gate leads up the property as shown in the next photo. In photo 6, I'm standing and looking back toward the driveway gate, looking south. Photo 7. So here we're looking from the driveway toward the house, and you're looking at just a bedroom wing on the west. Yep, you can go ahead to photo 8. And this driveway approach really starts to show you the promise of the property and the grandeur of the view to the north, an expansive mountain view. And go ahead to photo 9, please. This is the 2 surface stalls for parking that are on the west side of the site. And photo 10, please. This is that incredible view that we're trying to capture in our remodel and addition project. That's the north yard looking north. And more of the same from the north yard. And photo 12 is showing the property, the north facade of the property. So that's that circular driveway to the garage on the east that we will be moving over to the west side. And that front door is tucked into a re-entrant corner there, right where the mouse is. Thank you. Actually, can you go back to photo 12 real quick? The step in the yard there where the retaining wall is kind of a critical element. That step will be kind of matched where the ADU will be placed in a kind of somewhat subterranean manner under the pool deck. So the pool deck can't come out at that plane, and the ADU will be tucked below it facing downhill toward the north. Okay, go ahead. That's east, yeah. East elevation is kind of a side yard. And this is the south side looking west. South side looking straight toward the great room. And the south side looking toward the ocean. Incredible view. and looking the other direction from the south yard. As you'll see, the neighborhood context is, pretty heavily treed. There's some just tree cover and long driveways matching our property's condition. So the renderings here, if you want to zoom in, are showing our design intent. We're taking the property in a kind of transitional modern direction with the metal roof and the light colored plaster, really broad windows and open expanses of glazing to bring those outdoors in. And then, of course, as you'll see in a few minutes, Chris will present his incredible landscape plan that supports all of the improvements of this property, the ADU facing north down the embankment, and the pool deck spanning over the roof.
April, we are legally not permitted to address ADUs.
Understood. Yeah.
Thank you.
We can go to the site plan on the next page. On the left, you'll see the existing condition with the circular driveway shown for demo, and on the right is the proposed improvements, a widening of the driveway for fire access, the garage at about 400 square feet, a small 60-foot bedroom addition working left to right, and then the modest primary suite addition of 392, and then a conversion of the former garage into part of the primary suite as well. Next. So I won't spend any time on the interiors. Let me know if you have any questions. You can see that main living and dining space in the center is what we'll be addressing the north and south yards. The roof plan is indicating that we will be converting some of the hip roofs into gable ends, and then the addition on the northeast, and the garage to the west. So here we've paired the existing condition elevation to the proposed, and we're just really going to try and open up that great room to take advantage of the views both to the north and south, mountains and ocean. And then going with, it's not rendered here, but we'll have horizontal mullions, just 3 per pane, as shown on the front rendering, rather than the traditional 10 light breakup. And the height is not changing. The garage will match the hip roof condition to just keep that as minimal as possible. And we'll have a trash enclosure on the south side of the garage. And then that's the ADU. And I'll pass the mic to Chris.
Chris, you are muted.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, April, and board members. So landscape, April touched on the driveway, which may need to be widened and may affect a few oak trees. We're going to meet with the fire department again to see if we can try and minimize that, because it has a really nice, charming entry right now, and we'd rather not make it 18 feet wide, but we'll see what happens there. And I think, why don't we just go to the next page, because really the thrust of this project is around the house. That previous plan was just the site. So let's see, coming in through the driveway into, I guess, kind of the motor court, that number 11 there, just above the driveway, kind of using some enhanced concrete colored and slightly enhanced, and trying to it was a little tough because the front door is not seen when you approach, so we wanted to create an ease walkway that guides you to that front door with some interesting shapes with hardscape. Not sure what that material is yet, maybe stone tile. And there is a little den as you approach the front door. We want to kind of screen that off with some hedge material or just higher plants. There are a few steps up in that zone, but just getting around to the front door, and then having some separation so you don't walk right to the pool. Also a little planting area, but the pool area is obviously the focus here, and the doors that open up from the great room There's a little fire pit below the pool and outdoor kitchen off to the right side there, which then has a dividing wall to, if you keep going to the right, there's the little master garden there, arbor over the kitchen, and then master garden there with a little fountain and some hammocks and whatnot for a little private zone. And then of course, there's stairs down to the ADU, which is upper left of the pool. Kind of a winding staircase down to the lower level ADU area. Let's see what else. If we go to the backyard, you can see we kind of trying to level that off a little bit with that big circular wall where the lawn would be. We can see on the, no, sorry, that's the northern, I'm talking about the southern side of the house. Yeah, maybe, there you go, just keep going down, there you go, perfect. So that number 24 in the middle, sort of the activity lawn space, an arbor over the back for passive sun protection, and a fountain there as well on access with the pool and the fire pit. And so you basically see through the entire house. And that wall is only about, 30 inches max, so we don't have a railing, but it's probably, starting at 0, going to about 2 feet to 2.5 feet. And, some existing pathways and some new pathways, a small addition of an orchard in the bottom right corner there, which is the southeast corner. And there's some really special boulders throughout this property that we obviously want to maintain and highlight and enhance the view of. And also over to the right, just a little fountain on axis with the master bath as a little focal point. And then that's just that number 15 right next to it is just a gravel area, walking path / gathering zone. And in a nutshell, that's about it. There's preliminary plant lists and photos there. And I think that's the last page. So that would be the landscape plan.
So you guys are done now, please?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for your presentation. Questions, David, please.
I don't have any questions, John.
Bill.
I don't know if I can ask this question. It might be a question to Kimberly. If I can ask it, I was curious, can I ask about how high the deck on the top of the ADU is?
Yes, I think you can, as long as it's not the ADU itself.
Yeah. So is that flush with the grade? It looks like it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Flush with the pool.
With the pool surface.
The pool deck, right.
And you walk out of the house and it's all one level, kind of, more or less. Plus,
yes.
Give or take an inch or two or whatever you got for drainage.
Sure. Yep.
42 inches, right?
No, that's what's existing.
No, the new rail.
The railing, yes.
Oh, the railing.
Yeah.
Got it, yeah.
42.
Yeah, that was all.
Okay, excellent. Don Sharp, please.
The rail is translucent, I presume, not glass or anything.
Cable rail. Can you hear me?
Cable rail.
Got it.
Any other questions?
And the 3D renderings do not represent the landscape and the hardscape. You can see the staircase is different and not, plants aren't shown and such. So it's not quite as blocky as it appears.
Yeah.
Around the pool.
Don, anything else, please?
No, thank you.
Okay, excellent. Tip, please.
No questions. Thank you.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody here in the public that would like to address the board on 722 Knapp Drive, please? Okay, we'll close public comment. Back to comments from the board. Same order. David?
Yes, in general, I think it's a very nice update of this existing property. And to my mind, it totally makes sense to get rid of that driveway that's going through that primary view of the mountains. And I like the way the project is stepping down with the site. You're being consistent with the existing architecture. And I don't see any real impacts to the neighbors or to the community. You're not pushing property lines or anything. So my one comment would be I'm concerned about the amount of paving. There's an awful lot of paving up above around the pool, that pool deck roof, and then even more paving down below at the lower terrace. So I would encourage the design team to take a look at that and see if there's ways to reduce or soften the amount of paving. But other than that, I think it's a very nice project.
Bill Wolf, please.
Yeah, I agree with Dave's comments. And I think maybe it's the way this is graphic as well. This is gravel, I think, Chris, isn't it?
Yeah, and actually those may not happen. It was just meant to be a little walking path. And yeah.
But I agree with Dave, you know, maybe there's some softening of this area, these areas that are a lot of paving, you could do grass jointed or something in there to just kind of reduce it down. But I do appreciate the efforts you made in reducing and getting rid of the driveway over here. It looks good. I could support it for sure.
Don Sharp.
Thank you. I agree with all those comments. Arcady is a special, very special community up there, and any sense of romance, and I know that's impossible to define, but anything you can do to take that, you know, 50s looking box and romanticize it a little more to fit in with Arcady would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Tip.
I also agree with all the previous comment from all board members. Thank you.
And my comment, I don't have it as much now as I did when I was reviewing the project earlier today. I thought the elevations were not as well ordered as they could be. And I would like to ask April, probably in particular, to restudy the fenestration just to see if an underlying order can be discovered there that you could bring forth on the project. It's truly architecture, it's not community planning, and I may be wrong, but I would like you to at least study that. Okay, so members of the board, we are on for conceptual review. Obviously, this project is being well received. What would we like to do with this in the future, please?
I suggest coming back for preliminary final to the full board.
Full board? Anybody else? Yes or no?
I agree.
Okay, so let's have you return back to the full board, preliminary final, you know, obviously when the plan is ready. And thank you very much for such a nice project.
Thank you.
Item number 3, please. 134 Miramar Avenue. Tom, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, excellent. Nice to see you. Go.
Nice to see you. And Jessica Harlan, the landscape architect, and Lindsay Whitworth, the owner, should be here too.
Okay.
Tom, where do you want to start with this?
Maybe the site plan first.
Drawings. Okay.
Drawings, So basically, this is it's right across the street on right across San Leandro from the first property you saw, and there's an existing 2-story house, and it has plus guest house, and there's currently no garage and no off-street parking other than the utility area you see in the upper right-hand corner. And there's a big vehicle gate. So when you look in San Leandro, you see cars there. It's also the opposite corner from where the front door of the house is. So the owners wanted to create a nicer entry off of Miramar to the front door, and also add a 3-car garage to give the required 3 parking spaces, 2 for the house and 1 for the guest house. We thought tucked in the southwest corner was the best place. It's least visible, with a large hedge along the south property line. The proposed entry gate is centered on the front door. Motor court would allow off-street parking for guests, and we met with Montecito Fire, and they were good with this. Their only request was that we push the garage as far south as possible to allow them access through the corner between the garage and the house. They wanted access to the guest house on the south side of the house. So to accomplish this, we're proposing using the variable side yard setback, where we encroach 5 feet where the garage occurs, still keeping 5 feet below that, and then compensate by reducing the setback on the rest of the south elevation. There's a lot of precedent for buildings being closer than 5 feet or in the neighborhood. You can see at the south lower right-hand corner, there are 2 neighboring buildings that are pretty much right on the property line. Also, there's again, it's a dense hedge along the south, so the neighbor won't be aware of it. And the code allows for doors and windows in that 5-foot encroachment area if it's a garage, but we're not proposing any. We want to, it'll just be solid wall. We're proposing to fill in the existing vehicular gate on the north side, and the fire department wanted a gate for access, so we're keeping a 4-foot gate for fire department access. The style of the garage is consistent with the house, stucco, hip roofs, similar eaves. Yep.
Want to look at that real quick?
Yeah. And that's, yeah, so the
Is that the right address?
One thing to note is, since this imagery, there's been a pool installed, and that driveway doesn't go all the way to the guest house anymore.
yeah, that's really old.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably 5 years out of date.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, pool. Huh. There is a pool on the lower right-hand corner and a guest house. And I think that's about it.
How are you doing on the FAR, please?
With the garage, it puts us at 106.
Okay, thank you. Jessica, did you have something that you wanted to present to us or not?
Yes, there should be an L 1.0 preliminary landscape plan as part of.
There are also elevations if you
Yeah.
pass through those.
Yeah, I was scrolling.
There's the plan, and then the elevation is just the same style as the house, and then there's the entry gate. Just very, very simple plaster piers and vertical stained wood for the gate.
There I am. So for the landscape, we're just trying to keep it very simple. And as you saw in that aerial photo, though it's out of date, there's an existing huge wraparound lawn that is where the existing drive court was, that wraps around pretty much the entirety of the site. So we're minimizing that and wanting to create a little separation. So you see there's like a parterre garden, but then a big wraparound lawn where we're proposing the driveway. And so coming off that north side of the house, we're going to kind of compartmentalize and create a connect to the existing perimeter hedge and create, in a sense, an entry courtyard, coming in under the existing tree and then providing a couple additional olives. Our inspiration is photos are below, so keeping it very kind of mixed Mediterranean with textured grasses, succulents, and a couple flowering shrubs. The drive court itself, we're proposing as chip seal with Sweetwater cobble, kind of entry apron to the garage and from the street. More or less just taking what is a high water use, like low access zone at the front of the house, and actually making it their primary access point and giving it a little bit of a sense of arrival.
Is that it?
Yes, that's all I got.
Excellent. Thank you guys for being so sharp. Questions from Tip, please. Tip?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mandro.
Yes, this image up here now may help. Where you're proposing to put the garage is close to the property line. Is
No,
that a driveway on the next property or a street? It would
No,
be
it's the back corner. It's, if you go back to where there's like a little, like a play set and a tree. It's not the corner, the street on the right is Miramar and the street on the south is San Leandro, and we wanted to tuck it away. We didn't want anything as imposing in the corner of San Leandro and Miramar. So it's back sort of, it's where the play set is.
Back in here.
Okay, back there. So I guess, yeah, okay, so that clarifies the house next door, there, it is fairly close to where you're putting the garage and encroaching into the setback. Is that correct?
It's pretty far. There's the driveway and the, I don't know exactly, it looks like maybe 30 feet.
Okay.
From the house to the property line.
And this is a good view for my second question. It looks like you're depending on the existing hedge to screen the new garage. There's no new planting proposed.
That's right, but I guess we could add something if anything ever happened to the hedge, but I don't think it would grow. It's on the north side, or Jessica?
Yeah, we were anticipating maintaining the existing very thick hedge line.
How high is the hedge?
Currently, it's about 8 feet.
Okay.
I think.
And is it on there?
It might be taller.
Is it on your client's property?
It's right along the property line, and Lindsay, it encroaches on your property.
It encroaches a couple feet in the property line, I think.
Yeah.
But the hedge itself is on the neighbor's property.
So the hedge that separates our property from our neighbor's property where the structure will be is actually, we both have it. It's hornbeam. It's about 20 feet high. It's a really old hedge. And about maybe 3 years ago, at their request, we pulled out some like pittosporum and put in hornbeam. So it's a matching hedge on both sides that goes the length of our shared property line.
Lindsay,
Perfect.
there
That's
will
exactly
be,
what I needed to know. Thank you.
Lindsay, there will be a time for you to comment, so.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
Okay. First time.
Well, I think that was appropriate, John, because she's answering the question specific. So it helped me. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
David, you're done. Bill Wolf, please.
No questions.
Don Sharp, please. Somebody that's got a dog, turn off your mic, please.
Pardon?
Who's ever got a dog, turn off your mic, please. Don?
Tom, what are the dimensions of the proposed garage?
On the inside, it's 22 by, can we go to 22 by 32 or something like that? We wanted to be able to have 36. We wanted to be able to have 3 individual doors because it looks much nicer and it's a front entry court. And then we didn't want it to look tight. So that's what we thought the minimum was to have it look good.
And how wide are the doors?
8'8". The owner wanted 9 feet. 9 feet's better for single doors that you're using every day, but 8'8's the most we could do without having the piers look too small and not substantial enough for the architecture.
Okay, thank you.
And I have 2 questions. There's a driveway that is being abandoned, and we saw no information about landscaping on that. Could you elucidate that a little bit, please?
Yeah, so that driveway has already been abandoned and was part of the pool project when that was all permitted. And you can see on Tom's site plan or mine that it is now a DG courtyard, and it currently has been re-landscaped where that driveway was abandoned, with the exception that the portion of the driveway, the asphalt remains as a utility area that has a hedge around it.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is for Tom. If this board said, we really love people to maintain the setbacks, please get that building out of the setbacks, could you do that?
I don't think we could do it completely. we can't move the garage. I mean, if we move the garage to the north side, it would wipe out 2/3 of the lot on the north, and then you'd have a garage at the corner. The bulk mass and scale would be much more noticeable to the neighborhood than with the current location. And the fire department said, no, I want, he didn't want the two planes to overlap. He wanted the front face of the garage to be farther south than the southernmost face of the garage, or the house. The north face of the garage to be south of the south face of the house. And we said we couldn't do that. And he said, we'll do as much as you can, because they're planning to pull their fire truck in on a diagonal and then pull the hoses like straight through. So we can't slide. If we slide it all the way up, the roasted heart would practically be touching. And we don't want to make the garage smaller, because then we can't have our required 3 parking spaces. There are a lot of negative effects of not encroaching. And we feel like it's tucked in such dense landscaping that this is a case where it's justified.
Okay, and the second question, or third question actually, is, do you know that the minimum setback between a primary residence and an accessory building in Montecito is 10 feet?
That's what we've been told by the fire department.
Well, it's actually in the zoning code. Okay, anybody else, just before I open this up to public comment?
I do have one comment to that. I believe it's structure to structure, isn't it? The roof?
No, it's primary to accessory building. It's very odd.
But I mean, isn't it the roof overhang that has to be separated?
I don't think so. Kimberly?
It's always been wall for.
Yeah.
It's footprint to footprint.
So it's not, the fire code is not the driving factor here.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Thank you for your answer, Tom. That was, I thought, quite well done. Now, we have someone that wants to make a public comment, please. Is there somebody here?
See if I saw any letters.
Well, somebody jumped in and talked about the hedge.
Oh, that's the owner.
That's the owner.
Ah, that's the owner. Okay. So is there anybody that would like to address the board on 134 Miramar Avenue, please? Okay, seeing none. I close public comment. Back to the full board, please. Tip. Comments.
Yes, comments. Personally, I don't have an issue of the offsetting setback. I think I can support that in the 1-story element. It's probably not visible, because I realize that without that, it probably doesn't work very well. The only question is, Tom, how deep is the garage again? I couldn't see. Is it 22 feet, 23 feet?
22 feet on the inside.
And that's another try to reduce the width of that a little bit.
Well, we don't, the house has like thick stucco walls, and we want thick walls where the garage doors are. And the other walls are just 2x6 to have decent returns. I guess maybe we could reduce it a few inches.
Well, I'm looking at it, see maybe you can reduce it. The minimum dimension inside the garage is 20 feet. If you can reduce by a foot, that would help. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. David, please.
Normally, I think we discourage encroachment in the setback, but in this specific case for this property and the conditions that the applicant mentioned, including the fire access issues, if the garage was flipped to the other side, it would have more impact. The fact that the owner clarified that there's a very robust existing hedge that they've planted on both sides and both property lines. And the fact that the garage is specific to their parking needs and matches the existing residence. For those reasons, I can support it.
Okie doke. Bill, please.
Yeah, I think same reasons that Dave gave. I could support this garage location because of the hedge and the separation. And it actually doesn't look that bad in terms of the neighbor on this side, because there is a driveway that comes through here with a fair amount of screening buffer in this front area. So for those reasons, I'd be okay with it sitting where it is. The architecture is fine. I don't have any problem with that. And the size of the garage, I'm okay with as well, so I can support it.
Don?
Thank you. I always have difficulty reducing the setbacks in the semi-rural area of Montecito with such a large number of large lots. I know what Tom's worked on this, and it just seems the precedent-setting quality of allowing this with really no distinct disadvantages to the the disadvantages to the neighbors makes it very difficult for me to approve this. And I would really appreciate Tom minimizing the intrusion into the setback. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm on the fence about the setback as well. Everything else is very good. So in my opinion, we're down to this. Is that guest house, what is that guest house? Why do you believe that you need a covered parking space for that? I know you may desire it, but is there a zoning requirement for it, please?
It's not a zoning requirement. It's the thought of a 3-car garage doesn't cost much more than a 2-car garage. And while we're doing it, we might as well have space. So just to keep the site in general uncluttered too, that everyone has, it's not just cars, everyone has bikes and other things. So if we can do the 3-car garage now, it'll keep the whole site clean moving forward. But then it would be good to have a spot for the guest house too, because there's not going to be any parking in the utility area anymore. That gate's going away completely. Okay, I would prefer this out of the setback or more out of the setback per consistent behavior. We just had a property across the street and we asked them to get it out of the setback. It's not like that's much more than a stone's throw from your property. I
have a comment, John.
Yes, please.
Would there be a way, Tom, if you did a 2-car with a carport where the fire department would be okay with, I don't know how you would get it closer though, or further away. That's the only thing. You'd still have to pull everything forward in your roof unless the carport was a smaller element of a roof cover. Again, keeping the same roof, but maybe it's more of a carport open where they could actually pull their hoses through the carport portion. I just don't know how it would work in terms of the setback there. So
technically it would work, but we're also trying to elevate the front of the house, and we like having a nice looking 3-car garage there would elevate it more than carport. Why don't
I'm saying still keep the 2-car. I'm still saying keep the 2-car, and that this would be kind of a nicely done, column to fit and match carport space where you could pull through like a porte-cochere almost.
Tom?
Just a thought.
Tom?
Yeah.
You wanted to make a comment, please, and then we've got to wrap it up and move on.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could pull it in a little bit, but I don't know if we can pull it in all the way. So should we see what we can do and come back and see you again?
Okay, so I heard a pretty split board. I think it was 3 people are concerned about the setback, 2 are not. So I believe I'm correct on that. So I guess as chairman, it's my job to do this. I would like to suggest that they come back for preliminary. Is that okay with everybody? With the applicant to study ways to reduce the setback encroachment. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And should it be preliminary final? I mean, this is a simple project.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that requires them to do all the detailing on something that may or may not get approved. So it's at their own risk.
And we also can probably get you on the next meeting's consent calendar, which goes pretty quickly usually. So I think that comment is well made. Let's come back only for preliminary and make sure we get that right. Okay, next time, full board. Thank you, Tom.
Sorry, am I allowed to ask a question?
Yes, please.
From the applicant. On the setback, my understanding is the setback is the back of the garage to the neighbors. So I guess I'm unclear how removing one bay does anything to eliminate the setback. What you guys want is you don't want the back, you want the garage narrower, not shorter, is what you're saying.
Pulled forward out of the setback.
That would still let, if we narrow it, if we make it shorter though, the fire department could get through that corner.
And we can pull it forward. So Tom and Lindsay, please work with each other, and we'll see you whenever. It's going to take a while to get back on the agenda. Okay, thank you very much. Item 800 Cold Spring Road. Item number 4. Is the applicant online, please?
We are.
Okay, excellent.
Good afternoon.
This is the kind of project that Don was referring to about the larger properties in Montecito.
Michael, would you like to start with this? Do you want to start with drawings or photographs?
Applicant, please take charge here.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I was asking you, Michael, what do you want to see first, photos or plans?
Probably well, let's look at the photo so we can see what it looks like as it exists.
Okay.
So as you all know, this is the gatehouse at what's known as El Mirador. And the client would love to keep it looking essentially as it is. We're proposing to mainly do an interior renovation, an addition, and a removal of some elements on there that don't seem to belong. And then there is a garden that's adjacent on the north elevation that is mostly hardscape, and he would like it to be more in the exact, pretty much in the same area, but more of a softscape and more usable for him. So it's not, as I know it, it's not an historical building, but we're treating it as if it's a very important building, and really just trying to bring it back to maybe what it would have looked like with a piece added on. Where we're proposing adding on to, there was actually a previous little porch that had been the original design. What we're showing you now is the main house, which is part of the property. You just, are these an automatic?
Yeah. Michael, excuse me, this is Chris Price. I'm the agent for the owner. The main house is on a separate parcel.
Yes.
Of the gatehouse is, this is the only structure on the parcel. It's 11.5 acre parcel.
I was showing that. They're doing. Oh, you're showing the main house. I see. Yeah, that's a separate parcel.
Yeah, these are
and this is something we did in the late 80s, I believe. And this is to show how we would have approached an historical building. So this, what you're seeing is all brand new. These are the entry gates that were to the new building on the 5 acres next door. And these are the entry gates to El Mirador.
That's Jeff's.
El Mirador, yes, Jeff's property. So why don't we go to, and this is the gatehouse next door, just to the south. It's the Harcourts, and this is the renovated gatehouse, and this is what it had been before. So we're just showing you this to say that this is how we would approach it. But why don't we go to the drawings?
Almost coming up there. There we go.
Because of the size of the property, shall we focus on the FAR?
Yeah.
Wow. Right. So you'll see that it's just a fairly small a bit of work. We're actually reducing the square footage from as it exists now.
Thank you.
So if you were to look at the site plan, you would see a legend. Well, okay, so here's the main site, and this is where we're located. The main house that you saw on an adjacent parcel is right here, which all used to be part of the original property. And the acreage we're looking at, the 11 acres, goes basically right in through here. And Cold Springs is right through here. And there's the gates to the gatehouse. And you can see we're not in the setback nor anywhere near the property line.
So A4 shows it, the actual design plan a little more clearly.
Yeah, this is a topo that shows it's very flat right in this area. We're not in we have no issues with flood control or FEMA. And then the next drawing, can you bring that up larger for me, Dean? So this is, it's got a legend on it, shows that the area that's pochade in green is the original structure. The two yellow lined areas are these solariums that have been added over time that we're proposing taking down. So there's a solarium here and a solarium here. Are you doing that, son?
There.
Okay. And there are porches in the back that the client feels are too small, would like to remove them and rebuild them as they were, only large enough to be usable. And we can see that, we'll see that in the drawings. And then this area is, the garden area is existing now in a different form. We're essentially just proposing to rebuild the garden area and using much more softscape than all brick.
Whoever has a dog, please mute yourself.
That's not us. So this is the west elevation on the bottom. This is how it is existing. And the solarium is to the north of it, and then there are existing garden structures. We propose taking down the plastic solarium, putting an additional 350 square foot salon here.
But it's actually less than what's currently there.
Yeah, it's actually less than the plastic solarium, and then redesigning the gardens. So this is what the elevation would look like. This is the proposed east elevation. So here's what it currently looks like. Another solarium in the back, which is on the south side, a solarium on the north side, both of which would be removed. You can see the porches in their original configuration, and they're smallish. It's very difficult to figure out what you would do with them. And then you can see the fenestration on the east side. And the proposal up above shows the removal of the two solariums, the addition of the salon to the north, and redefining the fenestration on a portion of the building that nobody can see. But it makes much more sense for the interior, which is where most of the work is going to be done on the interior. But so that's the east elevation. The north elevation, so on the bottom is the existing. And once again, you can see the solarium, and you can see the proximity to the entry gates and the basic scale. The tree is to scale. And you see French doors on the second floor of the main structure. Up above, we see the north elevation of the addition, the salon with the chimney. The French doors above have become windows. The porch has been slightly enlarged by, I think, 2 feet going towards the east. And then there's a pergola, which is part of the garden scheme. And this would be the last elevation, south elevation of the bottom. This is what's existing. So you can see not only the solarium, these are kind of some bay windows kits that have been added on. And then you see a basement, a staircase. We're proposing removing the basement staircase. Once again, enlarging the porch and just changing the fenestration slightly on what is kitchen windows. None of this can be seen from anywhere. It's so shrouded in the property. This is the existing and proposed floor plan. On the bottom, you can see the pochade area is the original building done by Arthur Wayne, and then the solariums were added on the east and the north again. We've removed them, and the legend shows in yellow where they were for the salon, and the blue pochang shows what we propose. So we're smaller than what had been there. The green pochang is the original. And then going to the east again, you see another solarium that's yellow, and it's been removed and completely, and nothing in its place. And the porch has just been enlarged from what it was down below to what it is up above. Second floor is virtually the same, except the porch has gotten larger, so that's more usable. On the interior, we were proposing rebuilding the staircase because it not only does not meet code, but it's very dangerous at the top. So we're trying to make it so that as you come up and down, that it's a much more, a much safer staircase. And that's the thrust of it. And then you saw the garden plans are fairly simple. If we went back to page, what is that? A4 will show the garden plan. So this is on the east side is the pergola. We're proposing, there is a paved road that is, it's a service road. And we're proposing taking the paving out and making it a permeable road because of these oak trees that are in this area. And so it might be just gravel. And this, most of the garden area is also going to be gravel with some hedge. There currently are hedge there. So it would look fairly similar. There is a proposal to put a spa behind a wall here. And then just an elevated area a few steps up. This is all lawn. Proposed to be lawn is currently brick. And a sitting area on the north side of the house with some paving, with some flagging. Simple flagging, simple gravel, all done in the tradition that would have been used back in the 20s. The hope would be that when it was done, it would look like we didn't do it, that it had been like that the whole time.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
I would like to add one quick comment about the historic nature of this structure. We don't know if it's designated. It is not currently designated, but a phase 1 is underway, and it will be submitted with the land use permit at the appropriate time.
And would you identify yourself for the tape, please?
I'm sorry. This is Chris Price, agent for the owner.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, please? Okay, questions, Bill.
Yeah, are the gates existing and they're going to stay? Is that right? I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, they're iconic.
Yeah, so this is to the house and the other was to the residence. Is that
those gates right there?
Those gates are the originals.
And they're staying.
Got it. And that's just right next to all this work. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that was all I had. Thank you.
Excellent. David, please.
No questions.
Don, please.
No questions.
Tip, please.
What is the FAR? I couldn't read it.
15.
15%.
Thank you. That's it.
And what's more remarkable is the maximum recommended allowable is 14,000.
It's 11 acres.
Yeah, well.
Small is beautiful.
Yeah. And myself, I have no questions. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on 800 Cold Spring Road, please?
I didn't receive anything and nobody has their hand up.
Okay, excellent. I'll close public comment. We are on for concept review. Bill, comments, please?
Well, Michael, beautiful job. I think it's a wonderful addition. You've taken off the things I would definitely recommend taking off, and I think all the additions you suggested here look fantastic. So I don't have anything more to say. I think you did a wonderful job.
David?
I completely agree. It's a beautiful restoration of a very nice structure. You've taken care of all the issues that have come after the fact. And I like to say I really appreciate your hand drafted drawings as well. So that's a very nice project.
Thank you.
Don?
Well, I couldn't agree more. And any project that gets rid of the solariums is approvable by me. Good job, Michael.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, I like the projects and I agree with all the comment from other board members. Thank you.
And I agree. The next step, I think, as much as I love these drawings, if you're actually going to get a building permit and all that, I think we should be moving into tighter drawings for the future presentations. Include these. You know, these are great, but having said that, I mean, it's fairly clear where we're going. Do we want to do this in 2 steps, preliminary and then final? Is it too much of a jump to go preliminary and final? Members of the board, please.
I think preliminary final is more than appropriate.
At the full board.
Yes.
Anybody else, please?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Tip, Bill?
I agree. I agree with Dave. Full board, preliminary and final would be great.
I agree.
Okay, excellent. And so do I. So let's get you back on preliminary final. Now you are required to bring everything in, all the details and, you know, full set. So it's a big effort from here, but let's try to get you done to the full board. So try to get it done in one meeting.
Yeah, and make sure you include details of your site work as well, plantings and all the rest.
And Claire will want some kind of a landscape plan. So, and we can always move you on to consent for final if you don't quite get it, but beautiful job. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, so
You guys, appreciate it.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Item number 5, 640 Ashley Road. Is there anybody here for that, please?
I am indeed.
Okay, Alan, thank you.
Alan McLeod with A34 Studio.
You may have a solarium. That
Funnily enough, after the other project just removed theirs, awful plastic one. Yes, we if we go to this the site plan first, I'll be pretty brief. It's a very small project. This is good. So we're down a long driveway just at 640 Ashley Road. We're directly across from Lotus Land. We're a kind of landlocked property, surrounded by other big parcels. The scope of the project is to add a solarium about 260 square feet on the north side of the living room, and to remove a fireplace and a new door set on the south side of the property, on the south side of the building. So if we scroll down, we can just kind of get a sense. This is, the photographs. That's the middle photograph, and the lower area is the location of the new solarium. The house is fairly dark on the north side. It has a deep eave on the south, so they don't get a lot of light. That's the driver for adding the solarium on the north side. You can see the demo plan. So we're just removing a couple of the doors to the north for the addition of the solarium, and on the south, the removal of the fireplace. We can scroll down to the elevations. The floor plan, it kind of reads better just in the elevation. So the solarium is on the entry side of the property. We come into the drive court. It's a simple, we want to go with a really nice steel frame, light steel solarium. It kind of, we've picked up the rhythm of the existing windows for the break of this steel. On the south side, we'll match the doors and windows with a single pair of doors opening into the kitchen and the family dining room. And that'll just be a set of doors with a side lights. And if you scroll down to the bottom, we've just got some 3D kind of imagery from the living room looking through the solarium and layout section through.
Are you done with your presentation, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. So questions from Tip.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Don.
No questions.
David.
No questions. Thanks.
Tip.
You asked me already.
Oh, so Bill.
You said steel, so it's a steel frame with a steel sash and all that. Not, I mean, the image that you put in here looks
Yeah.
aluminum. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's going to be all steel.
Okay. Yeah, this is probably not a good representation of it. I would.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right.
Apologize for that.
Okay, that was all. Thank you, John.
And my question, that image made me think that it was a store-bought item.
No.
Is this hand-built on site?
It'll be a custom built. We'll work with Sun Valley Skylights out of the valley. It'll be a light steel, black steel frame, beautiful solarium.
Okay, thank you. So, members of the public, 640 Ashley Road. Does anybody have any comments, please? Anybody, neighbors, friends, whatever?
I don't have anything, John. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, closing public comment. Tip, I will only ask you once this time. Comments, please.
Thank you, John. I'm all yours. Anyway, I think it's a great little addition, and I think it looks good, and I don't have any. I think the good project and should move forward with preliminary and final on consent. Thank you.
Donald?
I agree with that totally. Thank you.
David?
Yes, I agree. Now that I know that the solarium isn't going to be a prefab unit like that photo, that it's going to be more of a custom steel unit. So as long as that's detailed and next time around those details are shown, I can definitely support the project.
Bill?
Yeah, I agree. Devil's in the details, as our beloved Don Sharp always says. So I would absolutely want to see that was all a steel frame and just well done in quality.
Is that it? Well, to remember Mies van der Rohe, he said God was in the details. So sounds like the details have got the full range. Okay, I was very concerned about the thought that this might be a store-bought item. I do believe that God is in the details. So do we want this to come back to a relatively small review body called Claire and I, or do we want to bring this back to the full board?
Consent.
Consent. Okay.
Consent.
Consent.
So, okay. I get the. Okay, so let's bring this back. There is no vote. It's on for concept. Let's bring this back for preliminary final on consent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, at the beginning of the meeting, I announced that we were going to take 2 breaks today, one after item 5, which is what this is. Let's try to keep it to 5 minutes if we can. And we'll pick it back up after that. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thanks. See you in 5. Okay, who's back and is anybody else back, please? Okay.
I'm back.
I'm back.
Okay, I see 3 of us on. Dave, are you back?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have quorum. So Don will join us shortly, I am sure. So
I'm here.
excellent. Thank you all for being so prompt. Okay, item number, and we will have another break after item 10. So item number 6, 490 Ranchito Vista Road. I would like to say at the beginning that I believe that the written description in our agenda is incorrect, and I'd like people to work on that, please. So who is here to present it? Please, anybody?
Hi, my name's Eric Bear. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
And Chris
Okay.
Gilliland, also landscape architect.
Thank you, Chris.
And with us also is Will Rivera. He's our project designer, project architect with AB Design Studio. I apologize, board members, for my camera. It's a new computer. I don't know why it's yellow. I can see all of you though, so we'll have audio only on me. But thank you for your time today. This is a pretty minor project, so we'll keep our presentation brief. As Mr. Watson said, I believe the project description is incorrect, but what we're proposing is a minor addition at the ground level and second floor, totaling 700 square feet. And if you zoom back, while you're here, you can see that this has our FAR at 73%. So we've got a pretty adequate room in the FAR for the proposed addition. If you zoom back just to the photo that's on this title sheet, one thing I'll mention before we get into the proposed plans is just, you can see here, we've sort of circled the location of the existing house. It's very private from its surroundings, not very visible at all from the street and not visible at all from any of the neighboring parcels. So keep that in mind. I will, I'm going to pass the mic over to Will Rivera, our lead designer, and he can take you through the proposed plans.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. As you can see, these the sheet shows original conditions of the house before any of the work was done. When our client purchased the property, there was a lot of unstable and unsafe decks, these decks, and a lot of the walls, and you can see in the entry gates, those walls were basically made out of 2x4, which is plaster. And let me turn my camera on, sorry. There, sorry. And there was a lot of very unsafe conditions. There was a lot of just deterioration in the framing. So as he started getting into a lot of the work, it just became more and more apparent. At first, it was just a lot of interior work, and the interior work was kind of growing and growing, and kind of the main reason why what we wanted to do is open up the great room, which is the family room, the kitchen, dining room. And if you can look at the plan, the existing plans, you can see that it was all one big room, and with an 8-foot ceiling, flat ceiling. So we wanted to open that up. But what we've done is we've actually opened up that whole space and vaulted the ceiling in there. And we had a very large ceiling in the garage down below. So what we ended up dropping the floor like almost 2.5 feet, 2 feet 4 inches to be exact, to get more of light into that room and experienced views, all the way around 3 sides of that building. So we just wanted to bring this the architecture back to more of a Spanish style, and so a lot of the details are very much with that Spanish style, and just spend a little bit more time with attention to detail and give this house something that it really deserved. And so a lot of the work has just been trying to just clean it up. A lot of work, especially in the site and the landscape, which Chris will speak to in a second. But basically, it was a lot of the cleanup work in the interiors, and now just a lot of cleanup work with the exterior elevations, and that's pretty much it. New roof, new plaster, and that's pretty much it. Any questions that you guys have?
Not quite yet. Chris, did you want to say something?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry if I could interject real quick, Chris, just before we pass.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you guys go back to A1.0, I just wanted to key in on a few specifics on the proposed plan, just to make sure the proposed scope is clear.
A10, where is that?
The proposed floor plan sheet.
A10. Okay, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, next one. So Will was mentioning the primary scope of work is in this large living room, great room, kitchen. As Will mentioned, the goal of the project was to really open up that space to capture all the views, which are pretty much 360 degrees. And so rather than raise the roof, the ingenious solution was to lower the floor down into the garage to get more clearance and open up just give larger walls for more glazing in that space. The proposed addition, just to make sure that's clear, the top, if we're looking at proposed second floor plan 2, in the top right corner, you can see a line indicating existing versus proposed. We're proposing to push out that bedroom wing as indicated there. So there's about a 300 square foot addition there just to create a better master suite. And then down below, kind of back into the hill on drawing 1, you can see there's at the bottom of the plan, there's a proposed addition for a new study. And that's where the remainder of that 700 total square feet of addition is located. So that's just what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Eric. So for the landscape, there's an existing oak woodland kind of throughout most of the site, and the previous owner had planted a bunch of palms and bird of paradise, and it's kind of was a mess. So we want to kind of bring that back to a more native revegetated state within the oaks, and kind of take all those palms and birds of paradise and put them down at the entry to the property. So we create a grove down there. So create a nice sense of entry. There's existing stone walls there and some other more subtropical trees. So the entry would be sort of subtropical. Coming up the driveway it's steep, so it'll be concrete. The fire department has looked at this, and so we did widen the apron down there to accommodate fire trucks. And then if you look up to and enter into the motor court, we added a little more screening so that we don't see the property down below. Some olive trees that are also going to be relocated from lower down the property. And then it's that sort of janky construction played throughout the landscape too. So they put in staircases that were just crumbling. So we're going back to just sort of natural sandstone steps and shale or gravel pathways, which leads up to where the cursor is now. And there was an outdoor kitchen there, and we're proposing to just sort of bring that back to life in a little outdoor gas fire pit and dining area. The views, that's sort of the top of the site, and the views out to the mountains are extraordinary. So it's a really nice space, and just sort of getting a little shape back in the patio and landscape areas. And if you move down the page from that kitchen, there's a staircase that leads down to the second floor deck and then continues to lead down to the bottom story. And so around the house mostly will be sort of Mediterranean style planting, but as we move away from the house and into the woodland, getting back to sort of a native revegetated state. So I think that's about it, really. Just, yeah. Take any
Okay,
questions.
excellent. So yes, let's ask questions. Tip, please.
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill, please.
The only question I have is more of a confusion. What's happening here, Will? Is that is this a reason this isn't lining up, or is there something on? Is there a fountain feature up top there? Am I seeing it out of context?
No, there's a fountain feature there. That's correct.
From the other side, that centers
other
on
side.
this. Okay.
Correct.
Hi, I'm Max Miranov. I'm the owner. It's not, the railing is not lining up because of the elevation change as well.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's, I'm just more curious as to, anyway, I would thought maybe it was a perspective thing or I wasn't seeing it right, but that is a flat plane through there. Is that right?
That's a flat plane, and it's basically the back of a water fountain.
Okay. Okay. All right. That was all I had. Thank you.
Dave?
No questions, Sean. Thank you.
Don?
No questions. Thank you.
And I have no questions. Okay, public comment. Is there anybody in the audience on this meeting that would like to address the board on 490 Ranchito Vista Road, please?
John, I didn't receive any letters and nobody has their hand up.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll close public comment. We are on for concept today. Tip?
Well, I think it's a nicely upgrade to the existing residence. And I think the additional square footage is tucked nicely into the house, the existing house. I don't have any problem with the additional 700 square feet addition. And I think that will be much improved to the existing house. So I support the project.
Bill, please.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a nice addition. I like the detailing. I think it's well done. The addition is minor, I think, in terms of the scope and the scale. The only thing still bothers me, I don't know why, probably not that critical. I would look at maybe balancing this a little better somehow with the treatments below. It just feels a little awkward. That's the only spot I saw that kind of stood out to me, but the rest of it looks beautiful. I think well done.
David?
Yes, I'm going to agree. First, that little detail that Bill was talking about, maybe you get rid of the see-through rail so there's a little more plaster over that arch and you align things more. But anyways, that's beside the point. I think it's a very nice update of a structure that needs help. And I think what they're doing pulls it all together in a very nice stylistic way. And I also really appreciate that you're restoring the landscape, you're preserving the natural oak woodland, but you're also finding a home for those other plants and things. So overall, I think it's a great project that 100% improves on something that needs improving.
Don?
I totally agree and have no further comments.
And I agree, and Bill, I view that little anomaly as character. So, you know, it's sort of the old world quality of the building.
Sure.
Okay, so we are on for concept. What would we like to do? I assume we want to move to preliminary. Do we want to go to the big step or not? I don't see that there's going to be very many changes from this. Anybody?
So what are you suggesting, John, that they go preliminary?
Preliminary or preliminary final, that's a huge step. But I don't see that they're going to change anything from here. Why would they?
No, yeah.
I think preliminary final is appropriate.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. Just a note to Chris.
Full board though, right?
make sure you detail out your plant lists pretty
Yeah.
well, Claire.
Sure, yeah, of course.
And you know, our threshold for final with details is reasonably high. So please do not be shy about providing us finished details. Okay, thank you very much. We are now on to item 7. Mr. Mendro has a conflict with this item. So there will just be 4 of us. So 1807 East Mountain Drive, please. Is there anybody here to represent this project, please?
Yes, I'm here. This is Mary Angela.
Hi, Mary. Okay, very good.
That's what I was looking for, meeting minutes. Do you want to read those?
And
John?
yes, please. Thank you.
These-
Okay.
These might be old too. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
I think that these are maybe
Yeah,
one.
story polls.
Yeah. So
Oh, those aren't the right ones?
They're old, yeah.
I think they're one project. Mary, do you know what they were off the top of your?
Would you like me to read the Mbar comments from the last?
Yes,
meeting?
please, if you wouldn't mind, please. Thank
Number
you.
1, well-conceived project. Number 2, height of the 2-story structure will not impact the neighborhood. And number 3, 2 members suggested restudying the hardscape, reducing the amount of impervious materials.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would also note, John, at least in my observation, I believe these letters are also old as well.
I believe they are as well.
I
Okay.
just put over the whole file.
Okay.
Okay.
And we are on for preliminary and final. So big step today, maybe. Okay, Mary, please.
Yeah, so the drawings are unchanged basically from what you reviewed the last time. The FAR, footprint, building heights and materials are all the same. What I was hoping to do was jump to a landscape plan and have Scott address that last comment by the board about impervious areas, if that's possible. Bill, if you go to the landscape PDF, it's the 6th page.
Oh, I only see through 4.
I believe we may be looking at the conceptual.
These old
older
drawings.
to middle, yeah.
Yeah. Is this concept? What are these?
Yeah, it looks like you've got an old set.
Huh. I think this whole thing, it seems old. Well, here we go. Maybe this is the preliminary final.
Yes, those are them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that 2-dot landscape, if you could open that and go to the 6th page of the PDF.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take a minute to come in here. There we go.
All right, I'm Scott Menzel. I'm the project landscape architect. This is the planting plan. I thought this would be an appropriate sheet to take a look at not only the planting, but also the hardscape and address the comments that were made in our conceptual hearing. After that hearing, we did restudy specifically the amount of hardscape in the driveway, and essentially determined that the amount of hardscape we were showing was the minimum we felt was necessary for a few reasons. One is we have fire department access requirements. 2 is the maneuvering within the courtyard area in the bottom left corner where the 2 separate garages are is actually pretty tight. And without having to do multiple point turns, we wanted to allow our clients the ability to back up and turn around and head straight out of the driveway. And then 3rd is this property is right near the San Ysidro trailhead, and parking is quite congested on the street, and we wanted to allow a minimum of 3 off-street parking for our clients' guests. So, so that said, we hadn't changed the size of the driveway or parking. We do feel that in general, the amount of hardscape is quite limited for this property. And we also feel in the choice of materials that we're really lending this project more towards a real rural feel. So the majority of our paving is gravel. The entire driveway is gravel, and we have limited amounts of stone around the house. And another important point to make is the fact that this property sits lower than the street. It's not highly visible, and through landscaping, we don't think anybody's going to really be able to see into this property. The entire perimeter is surrounded by a new bay hedge. And then we have layers of plantings, and we're adding 19 new trees to further create privacy and screening from the adjacent residences. The plant palette is a Mediterranean palette, drought tolerant, plantings such as rosemary, lavender, dwarf olives. Our trees are oaks, olives, peppers, and arbutus. Since we are here for final, as you scroll through the plan set, you will see irrigation, hydrozone, and water calcs. And then I know your board takes an interest to landscape lighting. So if you keep on going,
PDF
lighting is on
page
page 10. So there's 3 types of fixtures on this plan. Each fixture is 2 watts. The circle with a plus sign through it is a path light. So it's on an 18-inch tall stem. There are a few step lights in the sides of walls to illuminate steps up to the trash enclosure. And then there are a few hanging down lights in some of the trees. That's this, it's hard to describe, but a circle with sort of a plus sign looking thing through it. And then on the preceding pages, you will see the cut sheets for each fixture.
Does that complete your presentation, please?
That does for the landscape, yes.
And Mary, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Questions, since Dave is out. Don Sharp, please. Questions.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Tip?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Bill?
Are you here for final, right? So I apologize for not having seen the details. I was looking at an old set. Are those in here?
Yes, go to page 39 of the architectural.
Prelim and final, curiously, so.
Okay.
And I did look at them and they are extensive.
And I hadn't seen it. I had seen the hand sketches. So you were able to do the trellis. I think you have trellis, you have handrail, you have chimney cap. Light fixtures, night sky. I don't see, did you do trellis details? You have a trellis there, don't you? Mary?
Kurt? Is Kurt there?
He was. Kurt?
Oh, he's muted.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Page 43 or A805.
There we go. Okay.
We had gardeners in the background. Sorry, in the upper right there, you'll see the stone column caps and trellis.
Got it. Okay. All right. That was all. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Okay, so any other questions from the board? I have none. Okay, so public comment. Let's see.
We had old letters, John.
Those are old.
Okay, public comment. Is there anybody here for 807 East Mountain Drive, please?
No, John, thank you.
Okay, I'll close public comment. Comments, we are on for prelim and final, and we do not have a landscape person to review the stuff. So Don?
I feel we do not need further landscape approval. I think the project is ready for final. Thank you.
And prelim. Don, and prelim?
Pardon?
And prelim, the big one?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Tip?
I concur with Don. Thank you.
Bill?
Also, I concur.
And I feel uncomfortable about not having it reviewed by probably Claire. Am I the only one that feels that? If so,
I agree. I would rather her review it. I
okay.
know that
Okay.
part well enough.
So I would like to make a motion. Anybody else before I make a motion, please? Okay. I would like to make a motion for both preliminary and final approval with one of our qualified members of the MBAR qualified in landscape to review the landscape drawings in concert with the planner. So you get the final approval.
I'll second that motion.
And does everybody understand what I just did? Mary, anybody? So we're going to give you the approval, but we're going to have Claire look at it when she is available. She's not here today with the planner. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor, please.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Excellent. Project passes. Thank you so much, guys. Very nice project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 8, 1143 Hill Road. Anybody here to present that project, please?
Yes, Keith Rivera, architect here.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
If we could go to page 2, please. Just to quickly walk you through the context and site photos. This is on the south side of Hill Road, about halfway between the Biltmore and Butterfly Lane. And the upper 2 rows of streetscape photos show that streets made up of 1- and 2-story homes that are almost all hidden by site walls and hedges along the street. And the project site is no exception to that. That's in the middle image on the top row there. So it's a 1-story home behind a vine-covered wall that's barely visible from the street. If you could just go up a little further there. So there you go. So it's that image right there with the tree. No, to the left, right below the project site. Yeah. So that's the project site. If we could pan back out to the lower row of images, please. So this is the existing house behind that wall. The work that we're going to be proposing is primarily on the north elevation there in the middle of the page and reworking that existing entry. Exactly. And then the images on the lower row are the back portion of the house. And the work that we're going to be proposing is primarily along the existing patio area there on the 2 left-hand images, correct? So let's see if we could go to page 3, please. So here's the site plan. The existing building footprints are to remain. They're not going to change. Again, the focus of this project on the exterior is the new porch on the north portion of the house, and then extending that patio at the rear. And if we could go then to page 5, please. So this is the existing plan, kind of slash demolition plan, and the existing home has been remodeled a number of times over the years, with the result that the interior is kind of a convoluted circulation path. So the focus of this project is mainly to kind of clean up all that and reorganize the interior, and that has a few impacts on the exterior. So if we go to the next page, please. So here's the proposed floor plan, and the main focus of the project is creating a great room space there on the western side. And in doing so, then we're relocating the existing entry, moving it east there adjacent to the garage to clean up the interior circulation exactly. And then at the rear of the great room, then we're going to be creating some large pocket sliding patio doors to open that space out to the existing patio. And then on the western edge of that patio, we're going to create a new barbecue area under a trellis. And at the southern edge, we're going to expand that patio a bit to the south and add a exterior fireplace, kind of piggybacking in on the back side of an existing interior fireplace. So if we go to next sheet, please. Roof plan, as far as the forms, exactly, we're adding that gable area there. And then in the northeast corner, over the existing garage, we're going to reframe that area. There's currently a kind of an awkward low slope pitch break that makes the ceiling in the garage kind of unfunctionally low. So we're just going to reframe that to a simple gable to add some headroom in the garage there on the north side. That's it there. So scroll down. These are the existing elevations. The north side there, you can see the existing entry and then the proposed elevation. So the north, there's the new entry with the gable roof adjacent to the garage, and then the new roof form over the garage that just raises that ridge up slightly. On the south elevation, you can see the new patio doors off the great room, the new exterior fireplace there in the middle of the elevation. And then on image 5 there, the section of the great room to the left-hand side, you can see the proposed barbecue area and trellis. And then other than that, there's just a few minor changes to some of the fenestration on the side yard elevations, which are pretty much invisible with the small setbacks that we have in those areas. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell, just mainly focusing on the interior to clean that up and then rework some of these exterior forms as shown.
Are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Questions? David, please.
No questions, John. Thank you.
Don.
Is the plate height of the structure both at the same height as to the entrance of the structure, the front door?
Yes. It's all existing 8-foot plate height, and then we're kind of bumping that up at the new entry there. The result is we're adding about a foot of height into the ridge line.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, please.
Just a question about, is this a window? What is that element? Is that a?
No, that would probably be some sort of plaster detail, like a niche or some sort of molding detail there in the gable end.
And is this going to be molding, or will this be actually a little roof?
They'll probably be plaster molding.
So that'd be a plaster molding and not a roof piece.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. That was all. Thank you.
Tip?
No questions.
And I have no questions. Is there any public comment? Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on item number 8, 1143 Hill Road, please?
John, I didn't receive any letters and no one's here with their hand raised.
Excellent, thank you. So I'll close public comment. We'll go back to the board in the same order. David?
Yeah, once again, I think this is a very nice update of an existing house, not adding height or mass, bulk, and scale, no real impacts to the neighbors, the community. And I think it's nicely detailed, so I can support the project.
Don?
I agree with Dave. Thank you.
Bill?
Yeah, I agree. Just one thought here. Could you pull this out 6 inches or something, or is that going to get into the setback? Could that come proud this plane of this plane here or not?
We might be able to pad that out just a little bit, a couple inches. I'd have to study that. There is an existing pedestrian gate right there where the cursor is between the garage door and the yard. So that could be a little bit of a conflict, but we could study that.
Not a critical detail. I just thought if this was proud of that face, it might help that element feel a little more like it was independent instead of it being flush there.
Understood. Yeah, with the yard wall kind of intersecting there, it sort of interrupts it anyway.
Yeah, the rest looks great. I can approve it as it is.
Chip?
I like the project. I agree with the previous comments. I think the beautifully simple fixing up of the front. Thank you.
Okay, and I agree. Members of the board were on for concept. Do we need to see this at the full board?
No.
You can see he doesn't do the consent calendar. Anybody else? Okay.
Go to consent. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so
Yes.
Good, and I think so too. So preliminary final on consent. Okay, and I think that Bill's comment about pulling that portion of the entry out was well taken. If there's a way to do that, even an inch can make a difference.
Some shadow.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I do want to say on item number 7, 1807 East Mountain Drive, Dave Mendro did recuse himself from the participation and the vote. And I want to make sure that gets in the record. Okay, so item number 9, 936 Park Lane.
Yes,
Is there anyone here to represent that project, please?
Yes, hi, this is Micah Heimlich with Unheim.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
We also have Dan Kolbeck from Pamela Burton Landscape Architect.
Okay,
We're here for review of concept.
please go ahead.
If we could start on page 4, look at the exterior rendering. I have a short written statement I would like to read. Yes. The proposed development at 936 Park Lane is a small single-family residence with a covered porch for play and relaxation. It is designed to fulfill a number of purposes, the most important of which is to provide a private getaway from the main residence, somewhat like the casino or Little House in Roman villas. The cellular open plan design is intended to give full rein to the occupant's creativity. This is to be achieved primarily through a tent-like structure canopy, harking back to a nature-based on plein air lifestyle. The inside living area will house the basic amenities, while the open canopy affords shelter and a more intimate relationship to the outdoors. In contrast to the neighboring sites, the proposed residence will have a small footprint, 36% of the allowable FAR. The building will be composed of simple materials, a tensile membrane stretched over steel moment frames, plus colored stucco. The interior component will have a colored plaster roof and walls with glazed windows and sliding doors. These doors open out onto the covered porch, whose screened facade creates the effect of a standard front porch. Note that the outdoor area will not be air conditioned, but there is a ceiling fan. The entire structure is colored in shades of green, helping it to blend into the environment. The placement of the building and the topography will be treated with sensitivity and will involve minimal earthwork. Principally, we have relied on an existing access easement. At some point in the past, a narrow driveway was cut along this easement, leading to a pad. We intend to capitalize on this flat area by also using a small natural cavity in the landscape. The cavity will be excavated in such a way that the need for significant grading will be eliminated. A chief advantage of choosing this site is that the resulting edifice will pose minimal exposure to the neighbors. Exposure will be further limited by planting a screen of mature trees. Emergency access will be provided in two ways. On the one hand, the Montecito Fire Department has already given approval to allow firemen pedestrian access from Park Lane along the 5-foot wide path of stairs and ramps. On the other hand, an asphalt driveway will be constructed to allow access of ambulances and other vehicles where needed. An important feature is that there will be no exterior lighting on the building. The only proposed lighting will be placed up inside the canopy, so shielded as to minimize outside visibility. Meanwhile, story poles have been installed at the proposed site and will remain in place for 40 days. In conclusion, the proposed residence will be a small, discreetly located development with minor grading, positioned below the ridgeline, and will be integrated into the landscape. I'd like to go through the drawings now and point out the highlights to you, and then answer any questions you may have. So if you would like to start on page 3, if you want to start on page 3 of the existing photos, we can just walk through this. There's essentially 3 parts to the property. The first part, the upper part, is along Park Lane. We're going to look at this in a moment with the visibility study. We wanted to see how much of the building could be seen from Park Lane with the existing plant vegetation. Most of the hillside up from the proposed project is just like grass. There are some olive trees behind it. And then the next area is the flat pad I mentioned off of the access easement. You'll see north is straight up on the page. The access easement east to the right runs from Park Lane down to the existing flat area. And then the cavity, we're going to look at that on the grading plan so you can see how we nestled the building into this area. And then below that is another smaller flat area off of the neighboring property has a tennis court. And this existing flat area is off the tennis court, which has an existing gazebo that we are planning to take out as well. So you can see the pictures just show the vegetation. It's there's some pathways through it. The landscape architect will be making a proposal for the planting and for the pathways. Some of these may stay, they may go. But these are the existing conditions as they're being presented. If we go to page A0.2, we can see the visibility study. The visibility study shows pictures from Park Lane as you drive, and then the bottom right shows the proposed canopy in situ into the landscape. This is from the edge or from the shoulder of Park Lane. We did put up story poles, as I mentioned, and to our surprise, you see even less of the canopy. You only see about 1/3 of the apex of the canopy. And indeed, I invite the members of the board to go by and see this. So you see less of the canopy than what's being presented in this photo collage. If we go to the site plan, I'd like to walk you through some of the main areas. I do also want to reiterate that this is its own separate parcel. This is a separate parcel from the neighboring parcel, which has the access easement and the tennis court. So up along Park Lane, you'll notice that there's a stairway that goes from Park Lane down to the residence. We met with the Montecito Fire Department on site and have had a few conversations with them. They have approved this two-part access plan, which allows emergency access from Park Lane. There is a pullout to the right along Park Lane for a fire truck to park. That was a request of the fire department. And then if you go to the east and go down the access easement, you'll notice a second pullout about halfway through. That is also a request of the Montecito Fire Department. And then if you go down the entire driveway, past the driveway, there's a 40-foot turnaround, which is enough access for emergency vehicles like an ambulance. There's two covered parking spaces to the left of the 40-foot turnaround. It's an open covered area. And then we do have a third, we are proposing the third uncovered parking space aligned with this, these two covered parking spaces. That would be to the south of that covered parking area. You can see here the configuration of the roof, which is a double dome tensile canopy. If we go on to the next page, which is the proposed grading plan, you can see that small cavity, the existing cavity that was the canopy that was existing in the landscape, which is what we used to nestle the building into. We chose this so there would be less grading, so a minimal earthwork. And then if we go to the next page, you'll see the floor plan. The floor plan shows the front area, which is the larger canopy with the smaller residence tucked under it and back into the hillside. I should note here that we are also proposing a lot line adjustment so that we can site the building in this location into the existing terrain, and so that we can get the walkway up to Park Lane. So the small residence is a smaller residence. It would be a single bedroom with the minimum requirements of the health department, including toilet, shower, and then a small cooking area and a couple of small closets. The two front doors off of the residence. The primary side will have a man door into this. Yes, well, that's the canopy. If you go back to the back there, yes, those are two sliding doors. The primary door has a man door in the sliding door, but both the doors will open up so that there can really be an outdoor-indoor experience of the proposed residence. You can see the driveway that we're proposing with for the emergency access. And then if we go to the roof plan, this is just kind of like a shaded drawing that shows the overall shape of the roof. And then the next couple of pages are building sections and then elevations, which show how the building sits into the landscape, how we're proposing to retain the hillside, and how the residence is integrated into the canopy. And then the larger section shows the walkway down from Park Lane. And then the last page shows the elevations, the front elevation, and then the side elevation. Sorry, that's the rear elevation.
Does that conclude your presentation, please?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, Tip, do you have any questions?
I missed the first part. What is the size of the house?
The canopy is, let me just make sure I say this correctly.
19 feet tall.
Yes.
I mean the square footage.
Yes, so the canopy is 1,639 square feet, and the residential component is 229 square feet. The height of the structure is 19 feet maximum. That's off of the existing grade. So we're going to have the front dome is going to be slightly lower than the back dome, so that we can have a 19-foot tall building. We are asking for an exception for a sloped roof so that we can get to this 19 feet. You'll see the diagrams that show the slopes of the roof.
And what is your roofing material for the curve?
We want to use a pre-tensioned Sergei Ferrari vinyl.
It's green in color.
It is green in color. We want to use a series of green colors so that it can really blend into the landscape. It's more of a
And
chemical.
you said it's vinyl.
It is. It's a pre-tension vinyl. We've already talked to Montecito Fire Department, and they have accepted the testing that was done by Sergei Ferrari and given us approval to use this material. I should also add that the entire canopy is going to be fire sprinklered.
So let me ask you a question. I know this might be early, but it seems like you have a lot of glazing.
There's no.
Will this pass the Title 24?
The front facade there on the rendering is actually a green mesh. It's like a screened-in porch. So the canopy is not air conditioned. Only the smaller backed residence is air conditioned, and that we are going to have insulated glazing on and thermally broken doors and windows. Yes.
Thank you. That's all the question I have.
Thank you.
David?
Well, I have to say this is a very thorough presentation. Thank you. One question: the vinyl material for the dome, is it a reflective or non-reflective surface?
No, it's a non. There's a very slight sheen. I would say it would be. It's not even it's not even an eggshell sheen. It's definitely not matte, but it's also not eggshell. It's kind of somewhere in between. That does tend to dull down over time. I have built a previous building using this material. It is it's an opaque material. It is very slightly reflective.
Okay. Secondly, are you impacting or removing any oak trees with the proposed structure and pathway and driveway access?
We are not proposing to remove any trees. I think we're proposing to remove one of the olive trees, and then where the building is, there are 3 coral trees that are in like really bad shape. We are trying to get an arborist on board because the driveway is going to intrude somewhat into the oak trees along the southern edge, and we would like to mitigate that, of course. One of the ideas is we can do like a cantilevered kind of deck driveway along the oak tree roots if we need to. But we are not planning on removing any trees other than the 3 that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
You can see there on the mid-level on the left, there's an oak tree. You can see there on the left, that's a coral tree that we're taking out. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you done, Dave?
Yeah.
Bill, please.
Yeah, could you describe the elevation of the garage there? Is it a car? It looks like a carport. Is it got the same screen element to it, or what? Maybe you can describe that a little bit.
Yes, if you go to the last page on the right, that's actually that kind of, those double lines are actually just a product of the flat view of the elevation of the building. You'll see on the elevation of the building, there's a kind of staggered muntins. Is muntins the right word? The breaks of the screen. So we just took that motif and applied it to the carport. So it's just a single row of like a lattice work, if you will, and it's going to be open.
Same screen material on that. Is that it?
No, we weren't going to use a screen material. We were just going to have it be open to the elements.
Oh, okay.
Just covered.
And what's the roof? Is that the same? It's not going to be the tensile vinyl?
No, I'd like to use a standing seam roof on that so that we can attach our solar to it.
Okay, all right. And will both domes of this dome structure be the vinyl? So the whole roof, these are both this vinyl material. And does that blend into the flat somehow, or does the flat somehow tie? Is that a PVC with a vinyl next to it, or is it all the same material somehow?
Sure. So the dome parts of it are the vinyl, and then the flat area turns into a stucco roof, because that's actually over the residence. So that becomes a Class A roof. So we'll do a stucco roof.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That was it.
Okay, Don, please.
Thank you. Being a separate parcel, I'm assuming there are no deed restrictions regarding minimum size house and so forth. And I certainly would provide for future air conditioning if it was my project, I must say. I'm assuming you have thought of that. Yeah?
Well, the intent of it is to be really like an outdoor-indoor space, and of course the residential part will be air conditioned, but we haven't made any plans for air conditioning the outdoor canopy area.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions on the driveway.
Yes.
What we normally see at the board is that one side or both need a retaining wall on them when you actually get the thing done. Okay. Have you considered that? You know, what's going on here?
Well, we are trying to sign up a civil engineer who hopefully will be able to help us.
Okay.
The Montecito Fire Department did allow us a more narrow driveway, which was just for ambulances, as opposed to a wider driveway for fire trucks. So you are correct that in some areas we do have to widen this a little bit. And indeed on the downhill side or the southern edge, there is a curb on top of any sort of retaining that we need to do. But you really don't get into that until you get just in front of the main structure. This access easement was cut a long time ago, and part of it even has an asphalt roadway to it. So uphill from that is, for most of the driveway, you can go into the existing flat area. So I think we can navigate the width of the road that we need with just doing minor retaining, and it just really starts in front of the front facade of the building.
Okay.
That makes sense.
It does. And then you are readjusting the property lines in some way.
Yes.
Do you know what the setback will be from the nearest point on this structure to the nearest property line?
I think we have it around 25 feet. Isn't that the side yard? I would have to actually go in the drawings and measure it. Maybe it's on the drawing here. Can we zoom in?
3.
Yeah, it says there 25 feet if you kind of zoom in where the driveway is. 25 feet 3 inches.
From the new property line.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, members of the public, is there anybody here that would like to address the board on 936 Park Lane, please?
John? No.
Okay, so I'll close public comment. Members of the board, same order. Tip?
Well, I think this is a very little house with a very large porch, which I thought it's interesting. And based on the site, I think it's you're going down the driveway, and from East Mountain Drive looking down, you probably can't see anything, and I think it's very discreet. So I like the project, as long as the roof is non-reflective and in the green tone as suggested. Thank you.
David, please.
Well, I want to commend the applicant for really studying all the issues that we're concerned about, including the grading, the impact to the oak trees, the visibility, the color, and how it works with the natural site. It was a very thorough presentation, and I think, as Tip just said, my one concern would be the potential reflectivity of that roof material, just because I don't have any experience with that vinyl material. But I think it's a very unique project, very sensitively designed, and I can support it.
Bill?
Yeah, I agree with Dave and Tip's comments. It's a very unique shape for sure. Tensile structure is kind of cool. You know, the longevity of these you always wonder about, and so hopefully they stay on the maintenance of it. I'm sure they will, and roof, as long as it's non-reflective, I could support it.
John?
Yes, I agree with all of those comments. Additionally, I think an alternative project would be a large residence on this separate property, when this is far superior to that. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no further comments. Obviously, it's an interesting project, but I love living in Montecito. What can I say? In terms of the roof, there is, if you're not aware of this, there's actually a requirement in the zoning ordinance about reflective roof materials. So when you get a planner, please explore with him or her about this material. And I believe the planning department will make the determination about reflectivity. That's not something that this board does. So we do not have a planner, so this, I assume, is a so-called freebie before us. What do we want to do when it finally gets a planner, et cetera? Members of the board, please.
I'm okay with coming back for preliminary final.
On the full board.
That's the
Full board. Full board.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that that's the right move too. Now, as I don't know if you were listening earlier, we have a relatively high standard for finals, so please do not be shy developing finished details, so we really know what's going on with it.
I understand.
So thank you. A nice project.
Thank you.
See you in a while. It takes a while to get back on the board.
Thank you.
Item number 10, 1338 East Valley Road. Is there anybody here for that?
Yes, this is Megan Hart on behalf of Becker Studios and Daryl Becker.
Okay, excellent. Megan, please.
Great.
You're up.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for having our project today. I'm here to present 1338 East Valley Road. We're proposing a modest addition to an existing legal non-conforming cabana structure, and also some exterior site improvements inclusive of a new barbecue pergola, and then also pergola around the pool, and enlarging the existing kidney bean shaped pool and making it more modernized rectangular shape. If you scroll back up to the cover sheet, I just want to provide a quick site context of where the parcel is. It's next to the church on East Valley Road. All of the improvements that we're proposing are not visible from the street. There is a site wall and a gate that conceals everything, but even beyond that, everything we're proposing is in the rear yard area. If you go ahead to the existing property photos, I will show you the cabana structure that we are adding on to. So we did consult, we actually helped these clients purchase the property, and we consulted with the prior owner who developed the main house in 1999. At that time, this existing cabana structure and an existing guest house were on the property. There were not any zoning records available for those structures when that prior owner went to undertake developing a main house. So she worked with the county to legalize these structures, but the existing cabana as it is today is technically partially in the rear setback area. The additions we're proposing are outside of the setback area, and you can see the existing architecture of the cabana. It's kind of wonky. It doesn't really look like traditional hacienda architecture, so that's what we're fixing. This is the existing site plan. You'll see here the kidney beans.
Megan,
Yes.
excuse me. Who's ever having a conversation, please mute yourself. Thank you. Go ahead.
I just took care of it.
Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, Megan. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Must have been her.
It must have been her.
Yeah.
Megan, are you back? Can you release Megan?
Sorry, there's probably people talking in the background. I apologize for that.
Please ask them to respect us. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, existing pool cabana is near the rear here in the back of the property line. The additions we're proposing are on the front side of the structure, outside of the setback area. This kidney bean shaped pool, we're gonna make it a rectilinear shape, and then we're also eliminating this carport that's in the back left-hand corner, and you can see dashed in is this driveway. We're eliminating that hardscape there, and then just creating a turnaround area near the main house. If we go to the proposed site plan, you'll be able to see this illustrated. Here we go. So the additions to the cabana are post-shade in muted again. Can you
Oh,
hear me?
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry, Megan. That's me. I don't see you. I was muting Daryl.
Oh, so I didn't get a link. So I've used Daryl's link, and for some reason my video is not working. So
Yeah,
don't get to see me today.
But I sent you a link, so a lot of people didn't get links, and I sent it twice. So I apologize. It does not tell me when people don't get the link.
No worries. We're all here, so that's all that matters. So again, addition areas outside of the setback. Our pool equipment is proposed outside of the setback. New trellis structures just right off the pool here. We're eliminating the amount of hardscape by removing this driveway that went back to the previous carport that was in the back left-hand corner. And then we're also proposing a modest outdoor barbecue with covered trellis structure near the main house and the kitchen where the main house is. We do have a pending interior remodel permit for the main house as well. I just want to mention that. If you go ahead and go to our elevation sheets, I will show you in elevation the areas we're affecting of the cabana. So these are the proposed just concept details for the exterior trellises off the pool and off the barbecue, just wood frame trellis. And here is the existing cabana floor plan, proposed cabana floor plan.
Yes, it is.
And let's go to the elevations. Here we go. Perfect. So what we're trying to achieve here is, if you can see the existing west elevation, the scale of the building just seems completely off, and the roof pitch. So we're expanding it to make it seem more consistent with the existing architecture and the roof pitches of the existing house. More hacienda in nature you'll see on the south elevation with the trellis added. I didn't go into square footage initially, but the cabana as is 280 square feet. With these additions, it's going to be 419 square feet. And we're also we're not affecting any resources, but we have engaged Bill Speedwack to survey all the trees on the property and ensure that we're not impacting any of the drip lines. We're waiting on his report. And we don't have a concept landscape plan as part of this package, but we'll come back with that next time. We've been consulting with Arcadia Landscape. So here on our material board, I'll go back. We're proposing dark sky compliant light fixtures, two-piece mission tile to match the existing residence, and just a ash gray stain finish on all the trellises proposed, and cloud white paint to match the existing residence as well. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, Don, questions, please?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Bill?
Just trying to get my head around what so you don't have a garage, is that right?
There is an existing garage that's there's actually two garages. There's one garage that's connected to the existing residence, and there's one detached garage. If you go to the existing, yeah, right there.
All right, and I wasn't quite following what you're doing. You got rid of this driveway, and
Exactly.
you're making a turn right into a little pullout or something.
It's just a turnaround.
So
because we're where the cursor was before.
It's like a little
exactly
thing right here, but this is driveway here. Is that right?
Correct.
And it stops at a fence at this barbecue?
Yeah, a new site wall will be there to stop
here.
Vehicle circulation.
Pull up and then the barbecue's up against the back of that. Okay. And so you got rid of this driveway.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. I think that was all I had questions about. Just trying to figure it out. Thank you.
Chip?
Thanks.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Dave?
No questions, John. Thank you.
Okay, and Megan, it's unclear to me whether or not the existing guest house, and I think you call it the pool cabana, ever received formal building department permits, zoning permits.
So we were told by the former owner that she legalized the guest house and the cabana as legal non-conforming structures with the planning department and the building department when she finalized the permits for the main existing residence.
Okay.
That's what we were told. I do have the archive records and I have the original 1999 plans from when the home was built, and it just says existing structures, non-conforming, no cooking facilities. But it doesn't provide any dates or reference permit numbers on the plans that I have.
Okay,
So I
Kathleen,
don't know
are
if it's
you
a
on?
trip to the microfiche.
Kathleen, are you online, please? Kathleen, are you online? Okay, and the second question is, do you know whether or not the board has a strongly recommended LRV of 84 or less? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Very good, thank you.
So
Okay.
we will update that next time.
Okay, public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to address the board on 1338 East Valley Road, please?
No, John, thank you.
Okay, excellent. Comments from the board, please. Don Sharp?
Thank you. I'm assuming that all of the colors, detailing, and everything will be the same as the existing residence. Anything that's new should match that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Jen, is that you are in favor of the project or favorably disposed of the
Yes,
project?
I am.
Okay, excellent. Bill, thank you, Don. Bill?
Yeah, no, I'm in favor of it. You know, change that to 84 or less. LRV, I think the colors and finishes look good. Yeah, I don't have any problem with what they're proposing.
Chip?
Thank you.
I'm in favor of the project. Thank you.
David?
Yeah, we're on a roll today. Again, I think this is a very nice update of an existing structure. I like the way you're removing the paving in the carport. That's a plus. And I can definitely support the project.
And so can I, and I am thinking prelim final on the full board. Is that everybody else feeling that too?
Yeah.
Excuse me, on consent.
Yeah, I was going to say consent too.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Well, is there, I mean, you're going to propose some landscape there probably too, I would imagine, to fill in places where things were, that kind of thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
We're going to come
so,
back with a
John, if
developed
you're good
landscape plan.
With landscape on consent, I'm fine with it.
Well, it's going to be prelim final, and so if it's Claire, I have noticed that she's not shy when it comes to reviewing projects. So there may be a second round at consent, but I think my sense is the full board does not need to see this again.
No, yeah.
And I would like a note, Kimberly, or I think you're taking notes, that I would want something that is very clear and specific from the planning department, maybe a memo, maybe something on the drawings that says that all of the structures, I guess specifically the guest house and the cabana, are legal as permitted as they sit there now. So, okay. As I said at the very beginning of the meeting, we're going to have 2 breaks, one after item 5, one after item 10. This is item 10, so let's take 5 minutes and come on back again, please.
Thank you.
Hey, Bill, your mic is hot.
Members of the board, are we back?
Yes.
Don's here.
I'm here.
That's 3. Dave or Tip, please. Dennis, how are you?
Good afternoon. Hi, John.
Okay, so we are waiting for either Dave or Tip to, we just took a 5-minute break because we have a very long agenda today. And when they come back, we can keep going. Dave or Tip, are you back? Dave or Tip, are you back?
Yes, I'm back, John.
Okay, we do have quorum. Dennis? Item number 11, 636 Cowles Road. Dennis, please.
Yeah, if we could start with my site plan. Good afternoon, everyone. I can, well.
Do you want to read the minutes real quick?
I would love to read the minutes. Are these the current ones, Dennis? We've had a little trouble with getting.
Yeah, these are the ones.
Yeah.
Study landscape screening options to provide privacy or demonstrate how roof deck would not impact neighbors in terms of privacy, lighting, and noise. Family room addition is well designed. Shed dormer on north elevation needs further study. Need further detailing on chimney and other project elements. Provide site sections north to south to show relationship of project to downhill neighbors. Dennis, you're up.
Good. We can start with a cover sheet of my set.
Thank you, Bill, for doing a great job today on this.
Sure.
That's great. On the site plan, you'll see something that I wasn't aware of, but the owners have been dealing with this privacy issue for some time. They consulted an arborist and planted this double row of, they said it's Leyland cypress that goes on 2 sides of the property and then returns back on the 3rd. So I think they're something like 7 feet high now and can grow as tall as 40. So, and just to let you know, I think the owners have been in contact with the neighbor who had the noise and privacy concerns. So this was part of their response done before my last presentation in June.
Not there on the site plan, anywhere on the aerial map.
Yeah. So the other issues about privacy are, if you recall, the project is to add this family room on the left side of the drawing here. It's a 1-story room with a roof deck on it. The roof deck is accessible only through one of the children's bedrooms. There's not going to be a trellis, so I don't think this is not intended to be a party space. I don't think this is going to add any more of a nuisance than any other normal house. I mean, the railing is up there partly to make some historical reference to buildings like this in the East. Now, if we can go to sheet 8, page 8. We'll talk about the dormers. If you recall the street side elevation, which is labeled the south here, upper right corner, there are 3 dormers being added in the attic. And on the opposite side of the house, on the what's the north. There's a fabulous mountain view that we're trying to capture. And before we had a long shed dormer. And I think you pointed out that these two dormers were not quite compatible. So what I've tried to do here is maintain the maximum viewing area on the north dormer and add gable elements onto the two ends of it. So it refers to the gables on the front without having to mimic them exactly. If you go to the next sheet, number 9, you'll see the site section that you asked for. Oops.
I think it's back there, actually.
Yeah, it's down at the bottom of that sheet. This is the site section. There's quite a drop down to the new pool deck, which is being built now. And then the neighbor that had the concern is just off the sheet to the left. I don't know which house it was, but there's the site section we provided. If you scroll further on, you'll see that we have done some more detailing. We have wrapped the fireplace in a stone veneer that wasn't addressed before. And moving further along, we've continued on with some detailing to try to develop this further. And I hope that this meets with your approval today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So you're done, Dennis?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So, Bill, I want to thank everybody for being so concise today. Bill?
Yeah. I don't, yeah, I mean, are you here for final, Dennis? Because I was looking.
Concept.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think it's on the agenda for preliminary.
I don't see that. It says concept.
It says preliminary approval on this one, John. Anyway, that's fine. I was looking for the chimney cap detail and colors and stuff like that, but it doesn't sound like you're ready for that. But no questions.
Okay, Don?
I have no questions.
David?
Yeah, I may have missed it, but did you address the concern about privacy from the roof deck? Is the perimeter screening going to provide that privacy, or what's going on with that?
Yeah, what I mentioned, Dave, is that there's a hedge, a double row of cypress trees that have been planted some time ago, and they're now 7 feet tall, could be as high as 40. My clients have been in touch with this one neighbor for some time about issues, and I think they've been very, very responsive.
Okay.
In addition, we're not planning this roof deck as a party deck. It's accessible only from one of the daughter's bedrooms.
Yeah, I understood that, but I just wanted to make sure that you've addressed that concern. But it sounds like they're working with the neighbors, and you do have perimeter landscaping, so that's great. Thanks.
Chip?
I have no question. Thank you.
I do have a question. It sounds like you are thinking that the attic would be a usable floor. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you look at the cross section on it's either sheet 9 or 10, it's got a full height now. So there's a lot of headroom, and we're adding the dormers on the front to bring in some south light, dormers on the back to pick up the mountain view.
So that would suggest that you have a 3-story building here. Is that correct?
That's right.
And are you aware that there is a specific prohibition in the Montecito Code prohibiting 3-story buildings?
I'm not, John.
Okay.
I know we've been giving the elevations of the existing building all along. We're not exceeding that height.
Okay, well, that's something to be dealt with the planner. So we're done with questions from the board. Neighbors, is there anybody that would like to address the board on 636 Coles, I think it is, Road?
No, thank you, John.
Okay, so I'll close public comment, and let's go to comments from the board. Bill, please.
Yeah, I like the architecture that you're adding here. I think the dormers are fine. They're working better. So I'm okay with that. I mean, it's the landscape. I guess we're going to trust that those will grow tall. I see them on the plan here and it says existing. So I guess we can trust that that's what's going to happen there and that the neighbor is satisfied with the privacy issue. That's the only thing I was more concerned about, the privacy to the neighbor. And I wasn't quite certain which neighbor in this image is the one that's, is it over here? Is it
To
this
the
side?
left, down
It's
below.
over here. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. So as long as that can be met, I'd be okay with giving it preliminary approval.
Is that it, Bill?
Yes.
Okay, Don, please.
Well, thank you. I understand there is Coles Road Homeowners Association that may or may not be in effect at this point, but I wondered if you have talked to them or even knew about them, and what is their reaction?
Sorry, Don, I did not know about that.
Yeah, most people don't. Anyway, you may want to contact them depending on this 3-story issue, which seems to be more of a question. But other than that, I think it's a well-done addition to the existing home. Thank you.
David, please.
I think it's a nice project and I can support it as long as the perimeter landscaping is well documented on the plans as a condition of approval, the type of the plants and the height, so that we ensure that privacy is maintained between the neighbors.
Tip?
Yeah, it's a nice project, and I definitely can support the motion for preliminary approval. Thank you.
Kimberly, before I comment, are you there, please?
I am.
Am I correct that a 3-story building is not legal in Montecito?
You are correct. And I believe that with the addition of the dormers to the attic space, that it will meet the definition of a story and would not be approvable.
Okay, that's what I thought might happen. So what I'd like to do is to have since it's on for preliminary, I'd like to have a motion to continue this to the consent calendar. It takes way too long to get back on the full board, as we all know, to have the applicant work out with the planning department, the 3 stories and all of that good stuff. And then I think we all agree this is a good project and it's going to get well detailed out and things like that. Is that a good idea for everybody?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Tip?
Agreed.
Okay. So because I'm making the motion, I have this idea. I'd like to move this item to the consent calendar to review and grant preliminary approval when the planning department has completed all of the issues related to the zoning ordinance. Is that okay?
I'll second that.
Okay. Now, what happens if I've been against these dormers all the way along because I felt that it opened abuse for a 3rd story. So what if they come back and they say, you know what, we're going to strip off the dormers? Are we still good with that as a board?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So however that works, Dennis, please work with, it looks like Kevin de Los Santos or Kimberly or whomever it is. Any other questions or comments before we take a vote? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, Dennis.
Can I
Okay.
just make one public comment that this
Sure.
has been under county review since June of last year. No planners ever mentioned this. I'm sorry you didn't mention it, John, in June, but it's unfortunate news, and I'll work with Kimberly on it.
Or whomever your planner is, of course. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. Okay, so 690 Picacho Lane. We had a site visit there today. I think 5 of us made it today, which was great. And Brian, are you going to start off?
Yes, sir. Thanks, John. Brian Banks here, agent for the owner. If Sharon's available, our team did have some Zoom link problems. So we've got 3 of our presenters in the audience that have logged in that can be brought over.
Yeah.
Now, that would be Patty Baker of Howard Backen's office for landscape. Then we have Kate Dole.
Hold on.
Are these the minutes from that last meeting?
Yeah, that's from June of 19.
Yeah.
Kate Dole, got Kate.
And then Kareth Whitchurch. And she could probably raise her hand if you haven't. I see Patty. Kareth, if you can hear us, go ahead and raise your hand.
Oh, got her. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Are you all on now, Brian?
We're all on.
Okay, excellent. Please, Brian, go ahead.
Yes, so your board last saw this project at a conceptual level in June of 19. We'll go over the comments. You will go over the comments and how we will address how we resolve those. The project is essentially in the same location. There have been some changes to it as part of the addressing of the comments. The majority of you were there at the site today. We did the story polls for the comments from June of 19. This house is circa 2000 was the date. I think I said 98. It was a 2000 Nolte design. The only other thing I have to add other than we're ready is, well, 2 things. Due to file sizes, we have the plans broken up into 3 different parts. We have our cheat sheet, so we'll be able to direct it to Bill to, part 1, page 3, what have you. The only other thing I'll add is that we do have our FAR calculator on the front page. We did our darndest, but we are 103 square feet over the recommended. So we come in at just at under 1% over. So we are at 101 due to rounding. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Patty, and she can take you through the architecture.
Just before we do that, let's just read the minutes. They were brief, but let's be thorough here, please. Okay, so site visit with story poles and staking of accessory buildings. We did that. Show adjacent development on site plan. We'll check that out here in a second. Study linearity of the project. Thank you, Brian. Now please take it.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for visiting the site this morning. If we can start on part 1, page 4, the rendering, and then we can circle back to any of the other documents. Great, thank you. Okay, this residence is a coastal California residence inspired by an interpretation of a traditional California farmhouse vernacular, done in a more contemporary way with we're suggesting a more refined materials palette to blend with the hills beyond and the neighborhood. The existing residence is fairly compact and a mainly 2-story residence, which you saw on site today. As you can see, the proposed residence is much lower in scale, mainly 1 story, comprised of a village or cluster of structures connected by glazed walkways and surrounded by gardens and courtyards on all sides. The only 2-story mass is on the east side of the property, which is approximately 85 feet from the property line. I'm going to take you through the rest of the architectural drawing, so if we can skip to the next sheet.
Part 2.
Part 2, sorry,
Page
part 2,
1.
page 1. Thank you. This is just a portion of the demo plan. The proposal is to demolish the existing house. We talked about this morning. The two structures on the east side, which are a greenhouse and a garage, will also be demolished. The pool cabana on the west side will be demolished, and the guest house to the north of the motor court will also be demolished. The pond will be repurposed into the storm detention area. And the only thing to remain is the tennis court. Next sheet. This is the overall property plan, and you can see we've added the neighboring development properties around on this particular sheet. So that was addressing the one comment from the previous hearing. If we can go to the next sheet, it's a bit more blown up, and we can walk through the site plan. Page 3. Thank you. So the driveway entry is essentially in the same location, and the drive comes down to a new motor court that's slightly west of where the existing one is. As you can see, the main residence is centered, is kind of centered in the site on the existing building pad. We did this to avoid kind of major grading and not fight the existing slopes, reducing the overall grading in general and preserving the oak trees while maintaining views to the ocean from the main house. To address the previous comment about linearity, we've detached, all the detached accessory buildings are set back from the main house to the northwest side and then the southwest side. And you can see them, yep, there and there, thank you, on that side of the property. At the previous submittal, we have increased the setbacks from the neighboring properties. So like I said, on the east side, about 85 feet, on the west side, we're now at 3. Out in front, on the south side, we have terraces, and then it lowers to a pool terrace, preserving views of the ocean. I think we can go to the next page, page 4. We provided this. This is a diagram of where the generator would be located and also some setbacks. Circle back if there's any questions on that. Next page.
And I can just add, that's that location where the proposed generator is going. That's where the existing generator resides as well. Okay, this house does have a lower level basement, mainly functional things, laundry, mechanical, a small rec room, and a smaller functions. Next page. This is the main level floor plan of the main house. On the west side, you can see the living room with the entry that comes from the motor court. Central is the dining room, which then connects to the family room across the view, south side. The kitchen is slightly set back to the north with some back of house spaces, attached garage. Across the driveway on the other side, we have a detached garage as part of the plan. And then to the far east is the 2-story portion. On the lower level is an office and a number of bedrooms. And we can flip to the next page. This is showing the roofs below. The first level, but you can see the second story comprises mainly of the master suite. And then we have the overall roof plan, which you can see is a variety of gable roofs with some areas of flat connecting between the. This next sheet is the accessory buildings, detached accessory buildings on the west side of the property. We have the guest house and the yoga pavilion, which are set back to the northwest of the main house.
And to the southwest of the main house is the gym, the pool cabana, and the spa pavilion. And those are adjacent to this court. And then these are the architectural elevations. Probably the one of most interest is the one facing south, the third one down. You can see the three pavilions protected by the courtyard gardens, which will be landscaped and treated as courtyards, and then on the backside there's more real garden areas, which landscape will speak about. And then the 2-story, the house is on the far east side with the master above. And I think at the end we can circle back to materiality, but we're suggesting a slate roof, wood siding, and some stone with steel doors and windows. These are all the elevations for the various detached accessory buildings. I don't know that we need to walk through all of them, but if there's any questions at the end, I can those. Next page, these are the sections, which provide a little bit more information on how the plans are stacking and how the 1-stories work. You can see the 2-story piece on building section A. You can also see it cut in the other direction on building section B and C. And then we flip to the next page. A couple more.
Patty, excuse me for a second. Somebody is flipping papers. Please mute yourself. Thank you, Patty.
I think, Patty, your microphone is close to your paper.
You know what? We should turn the fan off. It's a little hot in our room, so my guess is the fan is creating a little bit of noise.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Is that any better?
Well, we'll see.
It's the moving of paper.
It's the shuffling of paper
against your microphone. Your microphone,
okay.
Computer.
Okay.
Probably.
We'll sit still over here. We'll
Thank
try
you.
to. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's see. The top 2 are sections through the main house, and then you can see the detached garage on the second section E on the far right side, separated by the driveway. So that's how that is working there. And then the 2 lower sections are the detached accessory buildings, just showing the guest house on the first one, and the second one's the gym and spa pavilion beyond. And then we want to flip to the part 3.
Yeah, so part 3 will start with civil, and then we've got landscape after that.
Okay, I think there were some questions about civil this morning, but as we discussed at the site, I can go over this quickly. We have 900 cubic yards of export. We did some discussions with Ashley and Vance this morning. After our meeting, 1/3 of that export is from the building foundations, whether that includes crawl space or basement areas. And then 2/3 of the export is from the area north of the residence, which includes the motor court. And we can kind of answer any questions in regard to that as we wrap things up, but I'm going to hand things off.
Patty, I think we'll add, just for the members that weren't able to make it and others interested. So this is a tier 4 project, just based on the fact that we would have, because we're removing and replacing, we're over the 15,000 square foot trigger. So essentially what we're doing here, and I'm speaking as if I'm a civil, so forgive me, I'm not going to be that detailed, but there's a large pond on the property that was part of essentially the irrigation system. It's the original construction, and they've got, that's part of the stormwater, and they use it for irrigation as well. So given the fact that we've got to deal with, the volume and intensity of flow and all of those things, what Ashley and Vance came up with, which is actually a pretty elegant solution, is we're going to do all of the detention. And you can see there where Bill's moving his cursor. We're just essentially filling in the pond. I was understanding that we are going to have to dig it out and then put these in, but after confirming with the civil this morning, it's really kind of a net balanced operation there. So we dig out a little bit, do all the chambers, and fill back, over the top. So this is where the storm water for the majority of the site is going to discharge, and then there's a secondary pond down below. That was an existing kind of overflow over landscape, if you will, and that's going to remain and serve that purpose. So that's the concept for stormwater, using that existing pond, filling it in. That's where our detention is going to be, and that's it.
And do we have landscape?
Landscape.
Yes.
Hi, this is Kareth Whitchurch on behalf of Miranda Brooks Landscape Design. Yes, if you can go to part 3, page 2, you're on it. That's it. So the main intentions for the landscape design are to bring greenery into the courtyards created by the architecture, maintain screening from neighboring properties, and restore an oak savanna at the southern end of the property so that the sight line from the house is filled with mature trees with the view of the ocean beyond. And that upper left-hand corner, the northwest corner, yep, you come through the gate and down the drive. It's a chip and seal drive through an alley of trees. There's overflow guest parking that's replacing where the old guest house was, right? And then you come down past the new guest house and into the motor court. And at the motor court, we're planting some hedging to create structure, but also to help soften the retaining wall right there. It was really important to the client to maintain the privacy at this north end of the property. So these clusters of existing oaks that you see above the garage, those are remaining, and those are really driving the design here. So while some of the paving is stone and marble at the main terrace just south of the building, walkways entering the house, areas directly associated or directly next to the house, they're impervious stone paving. We've also included several gravel gardens of pervious material near the guest house, for instance, on the sides of the entries and a kitchen terrace. Yeah, if you zoom in a little more, you'll be able to see the differentiation between the stone paving and the gravel. You can probably zoom out just a little bit, and we'll look at the main terrace just south of the building. Right, between the building and the pool. So as mentioned before, the view from this main terrace and the house down the property to the water is most important. And to that effect, we've dropped the pool terrace just slightly from existing grade, as you'll see in the section, we'll go to that next, keeping it out of sight from this view and also bringing it more in line with the elevation of the existing oaks on either side. So when you're at the pool, you really feel like you're a part of the landscape. And if you scroll down, you can go to the next sheet. We're adding additional oaks along this meadow at the southern end of the property to create more of an oak savanna feel. And we're replacing a majority of the existing lawn with drought-tolerant native grasses, meadow grasses. And the shrub and perennial mixes near the house and everywhere else will also be native and drought-tolerant in order to help create a more natural experience of the site. And then if you scroll down a little bit more, just so we can include this in the site plan. On the southeastern corner, this is a maintenance area, and this is existing, so we're reusing that as the maintenance area. I believe that is it.
Patty?
We have one more section for you, Kareth. You can talk about the.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you zoom into the upper section, a little closer. It's maybe kind of faint, but there is a dashed red line that shows you the existing grade. And you can see how the pool terrace is pretty similar. The back of the pool terrace does cut into grade a little bit, but we're also using some of that cut as fill along the meadow. So we're going to deepen that gentle slope down towards the southern end of the property.
And that was one of the things we talked with Ashley in advance about before our hearing today, is we think we can deal with probably half of the 900 cubic yard export. we're proposing today, we could probably deal with about half of that material and not get into the detention area just by slightly increasing the height of that slope from the pool and to the south.
Are you guys done?
No, we have, well, landscape's done, but we've got 3 more sheets of lighting.
That concept.
I'll go really quick. So we don't have the lighting designer on, but these sheets were submitted, so I will just talk about it. This is the conceptual lighting for the main residence. All light is downward facing, dark sky compliant, minimally designed fixtures with shielding, and all fixtures have minimum wattage and meet Santa Barbara County compliance. So that's the lighting. I would like to circle back because I don't think our material palette got included.
Part 1, page
Part 1, page 4. We had submitted a sheet with some enlarged materials proposed, but I don't think it made it into the set. So we'll go.
No, it's there. It's pouring it up.
Maybe, I don't know how we can bring it up with the renderings below it, but
yeah.
So we talked about it a little bit, but I wanted to circle back as this is really important to how it blends in with the landscape, the natural landscape of the hills and the mountains. We're proposing a weathered wood siding, which you can see on the left side in the center there, a slate tile roof, probably in a kind of a medium gray color. The doors and windows are proposed to be steel. And then there is some areas of stone, whether it's the main chimneys, the detached garage building and the entry portion of the home, but also some of the site walls. And then landscape has proposed a kind of a beautiful limestone. Kareth, feel free to chime in if there's anything to add to that, but for the terrace stone. And you can see the rendering down below, how those materials kind of blend in and fit with the landscape and the vernacular that we're trying to achieve.
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Tip?
I have no questions. Thank you.
David?
Yes. Did I understand correctly that 2/3 of your grading is generated from the motor court?
It's from the areas north of the residence, so that includes the motor court and some of the areas.
Do you have a site section, the same way you had the site section in the pool area that showed the existing versus the new? Do you have a site section that shows the cut in that area?
We don't. I believe what's happening is the motor court is shifting slightly to the west. Is it shown here?
Okay.
Shows the garages.
Well, it kind of depends.
Yeah, and on the part 2 sections, architectural, you'll see some of it, Dave, is there's a garage, detached garage. You can see it actually in the architectural sections, part 2, page 13. We're essentially burying that garage into that existing retaining wall area there. So it'd be part 2, page 13. There you go.
Okay, that's part of it there too. Okay. And then it wasn't clear to me on the generator, is it within an enclosure?
Yes.
Okay.
And
do you know, have you calculated to make sure that the decibel levels of when you're operating it meet the county requirements at the property line?
Yes, we have.
Included the spec on the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
Bill? Bill?
Yes. Lighting here on the building. These are all small, low voltage fixtures you're showing here.
Yeah.
And it's just like a little LED type cylindrical guy sitting in there.
There's a little cut sheet up at or spec sheet up at the top.
All right. So all of that there. And did this obviously gets cut into the hill, right? That's a new cut, but the rest, did you end up pushing from where it's existing now? Or is this wall getting pushed back into the hill further too, in efforts to try and kind of push everything forward that way, or?
Currently there's 2 retaining walls there, and we've worked with the grades and attempted to kind of combine them into one. So that's part of, and the motor court is shifted very slightly to the west from where it is existing.
Look at that yeah. So it went to the west, but not to the north, huh? So it didn't go in much further this way.
Correct. We really can get up in those oaks. So we took advantage of the western part because it's already, you can see there's already like that little parking area and it's kind of devoid of oaks. So we really couldn't go, and that was kind of the hold the line, that back retaining wall.
Right, and you've lengthened the width of the whole structure with the 2 garages and then the back of the house and the kitchen and everything kind of.
Correct.
Pushes everything kind of back out to here. So.
That was one of the responses to the linearity comment of the last meeting.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Don.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, can we go to the site plan? I think it's the landscape site plan. It's the first one on the left.
This one?
I don't know. I want to see the lower section of the property.
Oh, the lower section. This part?
Next page.
That part right there. Well, okay, that's close enough. Kareth, are you online, please?
I am here.
Okay. When we were out there, I would say that from east to west on the main lawn area, it was almost as if a civil engineer had designed it. Very flat, very even, lacking visual character in the basic land form as it exists. And I don't see that your plan has changed that very much. I understand from Brian that we have 500 yards or so of dirt that could be used to undulate this meadow. Since it's got grasses and it's no longer marathon or whatever in heck they put in there, do you believe that it would enhance, and so here's the question, do you believe it would enhance the natural look of the grasses that you're proposing to have undulating forms?
In the meadow itself?
In the meadow itself. So that we're away from the oak trees, so Brian's not going to get upset about putting dirt under the oak trees, etc.
Yeah. I mean, Miranda really wants this idea of a very gentle slope from the pool down to this clearing that you see is the idea that that's going to be a wedding circle. So, and there you are kind of with the oaks again. So we have a kind of a, gentle slope, not really undulations on your way down to that clearing. But we have been talking about, adding a little bit more to that hill to raise it up in the center a little bit and then feather it out towards the sides. To help deal with some of that export. And then we may end up creating some berming situations or undulations lower in the site, avoiding the oaks, of course. But the meadow is really seen as this expansive, gentle slope to the wedding circle and to the oaks at the southern end of the property, if that makes sense.
It does. Okay, so we are done now with board members' questions. Public comment. Is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on 690 Picacho Lane, please?
No, thank you, John.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. We're going to go back and do board members' comments. Tip, please.
So, yes, I was at the site visit today, and I clearly definitely believe that between what's being presented today and the house, it is in much better scale for the land. I like the way that all the buildings are spread out, low key, quiet. I like the finish, I like the materials. And it's such a, on a different issue, such a waste to tear down the existing house, but it really has nothing to do with anything. So I definitely support the project, the new project as designed. Thank you.
Very good. Dave, please.
Yes, I too was at the site today, and I completely agree with Tip's comments. Seeing the story poles, the mass bulk and scale seems appropriate. We talked with the applicant that there is going to be landscaping augmenting the privacy between the neighbor, between the two-story portion of the structure and the neighbor to the east. So I'm good with that. I think the architecture, the materials and everything are very nice. Landscape. My main concern is the grading. And for me to support the project, I need to be convinced that that grading on the north side is necessary. There's an awful lot of paving out there already. And I appreciate the applicant moving towards balancing on-site. I think if you can balance the grading on-site, that goes a long ways to making me feel better about the amount. But I would ask the applicant to reduce the grading, balance on-site, and really come back with site sections that articulate what's generating the cut and justify that, because it's just a lot of grading. I just want to make sure that we already have a very large cut pad there, and I just want to make sure that it's the right thing. Those are my comments. Thanks.
David, thank you. Bill, please.
Yeah, architecture of the building is nice. I like the direction that you're going. Obviously, with the materials look great. Understating of its height and massing, I think, is great. I was just curious, if there was a way to slim this distance up and pull that back by reworking some of this back of the house stuff, whether there was a way to get everything a little closer and maybe less grading off slope. I don't know if that helps. It may not, but I was more concerned about the grade quantities, and as John had suggested, no way to kind of balance it and not have to export so much off the site. I would try to encourage that. Otherwise, I like what you're doing, and could support the direction you're in.
Thank you, Bill.
One last thing, sorry. A little concerned about the quantity of lights that you have showing here on the trellis. I might consider reducing these numbers and maybe even the wall washing. I know they're down lights. It just seems like it may be a little excessive for what you really need. You might be able to reduce that to half of what you got and still get a nice light there and not have to destroy your view of the night sky. That's it. Thank you.
Don?
Thank you. Well, I was on the site visit, and I thank you for a beautiful day, especially on this magnificent site. I have no further comments. I think it's obviously well thought out, a good design, does not impose any more structure on the adjacent properties than is there now. And I think it's well thought out. I look forward to the next hearing of this. Thank you.
I agree with several members of the board. In fact, all members of the board, but I want to just emphasize, I think that this grading can be balanced, and I would put that to you as a challenge. And number two, we spend a lot of time on landscape lighting. We now have a project that has brought that lighting attached to the house. The general concept in Montecito is a semi-rural, low-intensity residential character of the community. And I think you guys are just lighting this project up. I think your inspirational photos show exactly what your intention is. And for my vote, I think it's too bright. And I think that you need to reconsider all of these downlights surrounding the garage and the back of house and all of that. I think this thing is just going to be lit up like a candle. And I have not voted for any of that ever. And I will not vote for this project if it has that kind of lighting. Bill specifically mentioned the trellis, but I think that I agree with that. But I think it's a much bigger issue than that, and I would like you to take a good, hard look at all of that. With that being said, I think we're done with concept. Does everybody agree with me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to the full board for preliminary. I think we're going to do this on 2 steps at least, and because I think this lighting is so serious, I want to make sure we get that really locked down. I would encourage you just to finish up the architectural details and all that beautiful project, and we will see you back whenever you can get back on the agenda. Okay, item 13. And
thank you, John. Just one point. So did you say come back for preliminary? Was that the motion?
Yes, preliminary only. Oh, and we do not have, this is not on for preliminary, so we have no vote.
No motion, right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, item 13 may go a little bit longer than other items. And item 14, I think, is a very quick project. I asked that the planner contact the applicant for item 13 and ask if we could switch with Bob, because I think Bob's got it at this point, or Robert. And let's just, so we're going to have 14 first. Let's keep it short so that we respect item 13. Robert, you are on mute. Please go forward. We ask you to come back and look at the driveway and motor court. I think we like your architecture. Can you focus in on that revision, please?
I sure can. Well, first of all, Mr. Chair and members of the board, Robert Pester and Amy Blakemore here representing the client on this project. Very encouraged by your comments, John. So let's go. This is probably the best place to start, although we could take a look at the grading plan for a more technical solution of the driveway. But essentially, rather than coming in off of the street and turning and running parallel with the street and then running up to the garage, we pulled the driveway entrance down slope and cranked it to about a 30-degree angle off of the street, and was able to maintain about a 10% grade up to our parking area. So we were able to keep the chip seal concept for that sort of rural agrarian feel that we were hoping for. And I think you can see from the illustrative site plan that we've tucked the guest parking up off of the street from where we had it before, where you'll be looking at the car's broadside instead of the back end of the cars. And the way we did this was we took the 2 front bays of the garage and rotated them 90 degrees so they faced the street. It really opened up a lot of opportunity for us, not only with solving the driveway concern, but we feel it just really enhanced the architecture and the massing of the building. So
Robert, can I interrupt you? Is there anybody on the board that has any problems with the basic site plan?
No.
Okay, Amy, can you just spend, we don't have a landscape person here. Can you spend a minute or so to explain that, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
If you go to sheet L1, none of the materials have changed since the last time you saw. We really just reconfigured the materials to address the changes to the driveway. Shoot, can we go to L2? I'm sorry, one sheet past this. There we go. The way the driveway was reconfigured allowed us to actually get in a nice screening hedge right along the property line along the street. So that now we have a pretty continuous line of ligustrum hedge all along that property line, as well as the olives that we had originally scattered on either side of the driveway as you come in. And then along the south and southwest area, we have a nice hefty screening provided by Monterey cypress and Ceanothus concha, which will help sort of soften those walls that are there and also provide screening between this house and the house to the south. In addition to a ligustrum hedge that turns and runs along that south perimeter property line as well.
Does anybody have any comments about this?
No.
John, I have some, are we in question now?
I was trying to move us to a motion, but if you've got a question, please go ahead.
Yeah, because I actually, well, if the applicant finishes the presentation,
Yes.
then I have a question.
Okay,
Okay, can I ask my question now?
please, please.
You know, this is something for Bob. It's interesting. This is one of the projects I've been thinking about after you made the presentation last time, and it's stuck in my mind. Something I need to ask you.
Yeah.
So it's all about the issue of the driveway. Is there a reason why you decided not to lower the garage finish floor?
Well, for a number of reasons. One is we're trying to keep access from the car into the house on one level for the idea of aging in place, and this is a family compound, so we were trying to avoid having stairs or anything to move us from a lower garage condition to the main living level.
So that's really the only reason why you kept the garage the same elevation as the house.
Well, that's the principal reason that we concluded this was the best solution.
Okay, I'm just asking that because it just, well, just seemed to me like you have a slope site, and with a slope site, sometimes you had to come up with some option to make it work instead of having a steep driveway. So
to be honest,
that was my question.
It is a flood area too, Tip, and that might.
Yeah, but even the flood area, the garage can be low. That's just a question I have. Thank you.
Do any members of the board mind that I open public comment, please?
No.
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to 1705 East Valley Road, please?
No, John, thanks.
Okay, closing public comment. Is there any comment or somebody ready for a motion, please?
I'd be willing to make a motion to approve the plans as submitted. Bob, did you have all your details and everything in here, or what do we
got
have?
a lot of details. Have I got them all? Probably not.
Are you ready for what can we give concept preliminary?
No. And final. He's the whole 9 yards.
Okay, I should have looked before I jumped in. Here's details, huh? Okay.
And principally hit all the roof details and all the door and window details to show the recesses and the stone trim conditions.
Railings or any of that, Bob?
Railings and trellis need to be drawn still.
Okay, so we could give you preliminary with you to come back for final on consent. How about that? Is that acceptable to everybody?
If that's your motion, Bill?
I'll second that motion.
And so, Robert, it's just the details.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
And is there a chance that we could come back on consent on the next calendar? Because we waited 2 months for this hearing.
No, I understand that. Sharon? Sharon, is there room for them on the next consent calendar?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. When does he need to submit?
He needs to talk to the planner first.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. I do not believe it received a second.
Dave seconded it.
I'll second it. Dave seconded it. All those in
I
favor,
actually
please.
seconded it.
Aye. Okay, thank you, David. Aye. Bill made the motion.
I made the motion for final on consent. Dave seconded it.
Preliminary with final on consent to finish up the details.
Thank you.
And
thank you very much, board.
Robert and Amy, I know it was a little bit of a tough run. Thank you very much for your extra effort on that.
Nice job.
Thanks for all your comments.
Okay, item 13. Thank you for your patience on this. As you can see, that was quicker than yours will probably be. So, past minutes, please.
There.
Okay, very nice design. Several members expressed concerns that the style design while beautiful, may not be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The MBAR expressed concerns site layout, size, bulk, and scale of the structure. It's probably, there should have been a with in there, concerns with site layout. Consider reducing floor area and volume of the structure. Review project with the Montecito Fire Protection District. One member suggested relocating the garage further back from the driveway. Okay, so Brett, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can, and we're asking everybody to be brief today. So far, so good. Let's see if we can get the last one to be that way as well. Brett, you're up.
Okay, thank you, John, and fellow board members. I'm pleased to present our revised conceptual design based on responding to your comments from our last December 16th hearing. Real quick, I'm going to wander through just the quick scope of work for the member or members that weren't at that meeting. The site is approximately a 1/4 acre at 11,500 square feet. It is a double lot located at the southeast terminus of Miramar Avenue. You can see it there. The double lot is in the process of being voluntarily merged into the one larger lot. The site is predominantly flat. It is adjacent to and directly east of the more urban or institutional Montecito YMCA project. And the character of this area is semi-rural. I would like to point out that the project description still shows a garden shed. We have omitted that from project scope. It was located in the northeastern corner. It's gone as of this point. I'm going to now just walk through the photographs, and then I'll get right to the responses to your comments, if I could. Oh, note on the site plan, same sheet, that there is a 14-foot wide vehicular and utility easement that runs from the south end of Miramar Avenue and travels through the southern portion of our property, our subject property, and accesses both the garage, proposed garage, existing carport, and the two properties to the east at 368 and 366 Miramar Avenue. And we'll get back to that as well as the fire department at the end of my presentation. If you could please move to the second sheet, the immediate context photos. So I can just run through these for the benefit of the folks who may not have gotten out there yet. Hopefully they'll focus in for you.
Yeah, there we go.
Has everybody been to the site?
I have not.
I have not.
Okay, please, then go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, and there's a couple photos here that are important. Okay, the upper tier is really views north and south on Miramar Avenue. The upper two right-hand photos closer to the site, you see the green picket fence, third photo from the left, which is the project site on the left. If you can maybe scroll over so the pictures aren't obscured. That's that one that you have the cursor on right there, and there's a couple more to the right that we cannot see right now. Yeah, that's a good photo. It shows the beginning of the driveway easement curving and traveling east on the left, and then another driveway access at the end of Miramonte that accesses two-story homes downslope to the south and southeast. On the right-hand side is a view looking west from 368 out toward Miramonte. You can see the established 9'6" high hedge right there on the upper right that encircles the subject property. Next two photos down are the two properties to the east. And if we can pull back a little bit, please.
Back and down?
Back a little further so I can see them all at the same time, please.
Oh, all right.
Thank you. There are those second row down, two on the left. Those are the two-story homes directly adjacent to the south. The bottom 7 photos are of the site up close. In particular, some nice aerial views to give you overall context, including context from the top, looking down with the encircling hedge on the south, southwest, and northern perimeter. On the third row down on the left, you see the two-story existing home with the second floor bedroom window. And if we look down to the bottom right photo, there's that second floor again. Looking in closely, that is the window in the bedroom up above. The left-hand sash is completely obscured by a permanently installed AC unit, and the upper portion of that sash is also obscured with some backdrop material. The lower right-hand map there, all of the red cross-hatched structures shown in that map are two-story buildings, including the neighbor directly to the north. If we go to the second sheet, the second photo sheet, which is sheet A13, the next sheet, please.
Hey, Bill, before you get on that conceptual map, one of the arguments they're going to be making is about the two-story, in the lower right-hand corner, is the number of 2 stories. Can we, in the neighborhood, can you focus in on that so the board really gets that? I'm not trying to make your case for you, Brett, but I just want to
sure.
make sure.
Well, there's going to be a lot more on the FAR calculator map coming up on the 4th sheet. But yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 structures within this block. And there's another 11 if we count Seaview, Lemon Grove, et cetera. You'll see in another map. So there's 20 2-story structures in the immediate vicinity.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Thank you. If you go to the next sheet, please. This is more of the neighborhood context, which will be as soon as we come into view. You saw most of these the last time. And what I wanted to point out, if I could, please, is that the majority of these, where'd my cheat sheet go? What you see predominantly in the immediate neighborhood are that most of the homes are wood-sided. You also see that most of the homes, all of the homes, have roof pitches or gable roofs varying in roof slope from 3 and 12 to 12 and 12. There is a 12 and 12 roof slope. Photo number 10, you can see 3rd row down, 2nd from the left. There is also a modern vernacular, a modern style home, 2nd row down, photo on the right, which would be photo 8. And there is the use of stone. Somebody brought up the fact that there is no stone in Montecito. Well, historically, that's a very predominant building material, and it is featured on some site walls leading down Miramar Avenue, most notably there in photo 12. Let's see. Also, please note on photo 8, there is some talk about eaves and no eaves and roof overhangs. That building does not have any roof overhangs, and it's right around the corner. If we could skip now, please. 2 sheets to sheet A 2.1 for the benefit of the board as soon as this comes into focus. Again, looking on the right, we went ahead and rendered these drawings. There was a concern that there wasn't enough landscape and too much hardscape. This is indicative of the landscape on our site. The party for this house is very simple. It's a 2-story slender volume with a gabled roof on the left, separated by a low roofed all glass front and back volume in the center with a roof garden on top, and then the party further established by another small volume on the right, which is clad in stone. The intent there, not really seen yet in plan, is to take what would otherwise be one mass or one building mass for a single family residence and manifest it as 2 smaller cottage-like masses. If we look at the reductions that we've made, if you zero in on the floor plan on the right, a little bit on the house, if you could. Yeah, on the left-hand side, cutting right to the FAR, which I'll talk about in a minute, these reductions that we're able to make at the garage, the house, and by incorrectly including the garden shed last time, take us from 1.13 the last time we presented down to 1.06. Which I believe is well under your hypothetical threshold of 110. You can see the existing or the previous outline shown in a kind of a dark purple, most notably on the south where we pulled the building in 1 foot from the driveway easement to give a little more breathing area. And then also notably on the eastern edge of the bedroom wing, both below, shown here, we pulled it in 18 inches. And if we slide the cursor over to the left to the second floor plan, please. Pulling back the lower level 18 inches allowed us to further shrink the master bedroom in that whole suite such that the eastern edge of the master bedroom wall was fully outside the visible or viewable portion of the neighbor's window to the left. You can see the two sashes in the picture window in the center. So we worked hard to be sensitive to the neighbor's view, understanding that this is a new house and development is inevitable. We did really try hard to reduce and listen to those issues about privacy and views. The garage toward the top, we'll get to in the elevations, but in terms of the plan, we did have a pitched roof there before, which was allowed as a conforming use for an accessory building in the rear yard. However, again, out of deference for views from that upper bedroom window, we took the pitched roof off and are going with a flat roof garden here to further open that up. There's been some comments about privacy and views. If you can go back to the floor plan on the right-hand side and kind of pull back a little bit so we can look at the whole thing, please. Yes, right there. The party, again, is deliberately shifted. The left-hand bedroom wing shifted offset from the right-hand kitchen and dining wing such that we could provide complete privacy from the neighbor to the north for outdoor living for our client. So we all know that it's great on a small site to make the outdoor or the house, part of the landscape and enjoy the outdoors. So our solution here was to offset the buildings so that when people are outside there, both our clients and our neighbors are going to enjoy complete visual and acoustical privacy. Oh, and also, if we look over to the left, you don't have to really scroll, but the rooftop garden is completely concealed from view, both acoustically and visually from the neighbor as well, by the bedroom volume. And then if there is a concern about privacy onto the little roof deck on the master bedroom there, we're showing there a potted plant or a modest sized tree. You can see it just outside the master bedroom for privacy for both parties concerned. Let's see, I think that's it on this particular sheet. If we wander to the next one, please. Which would be the roof plan, sheet A 2.2. Please note here, looking at the neighbor to the north, you'll see a projecting deck off of the eastern edge of the house, which is a second floor roof deck or a patio up the page right there. And that orients their private living area toward the east and does actually impart some privacy issues into our rear yard. And again, you can see that the existing house to the north is a two-story residence, and it is encroaching into the side yard setbacks quite a bit, as well as the front yard setback with a garage that received a variance. In fact, the entire garage is in the front yard setback. If we could then skip to the next sheet, please, which has our conceptual renderings, which we've completely redone and modified so that they're more representative really of what the quote unquote public might see of our project. And this is the top photo taken from the southern end of Miramonte at the dead end of this road, looking east at our proposed project. The materials are intended to be natural, indicative of the local and neighborhood fabric with the use of wood siding and overgrouted stone. The darker roof, which is standing seam metal, is intended to recede and provide integrated cover for the future solar panels. The dark window frames are intended to integrate with those colors and be deep set and well articulated. Note that the hedge that we're showing in this view is an extension and is shown on our landscape plan of the existing hedge, which runs along the south and runs along the north. The view on the lower section is not really one anyone would ever see, but we felt compelled to do it for the board. It's as if you were on the neighbor's property looking through their hedge and up on a ladder. But we like to show this to show that really this project is very private. You can see beyond the master bedroom section pulled back beyond the sash of the second floor window. And in the foreground on the right, what would have been or what was a pitched roof to match the vernacular of the main volumes has been taken down to a flat roof with an open stainless steel guardrail. If we could now go to the more sort of calculated elevations here. Yes, please. Note on all of the drawings that the height limit's 35 feet. We're well below that. That line runs throughout all of the projects. And on the upper left, you can see that we did, to the best of our ability, drop the ridge height of both volumes. We were able to do that by limiting our plate heights in the bedroom wing. You can see beyond on the upper left, and then on the lower right on the left-hand side to 9 feet, which seems modest but appropriate for a house of this quality and scale. We also brought the roof ridge down by decreasing begrudgingly that 12 and 12 roof pitch down to 10 and 12. We thought that any more than that would destroy the integrity of the sort of architecture we were presenting, and we further decreased the depth of the roof framing up there. And now we're 18 inches lower, and we're about a foot lower than the house to the north. You can see on the upper right-hand section where we were with the garage, and now where we are with it. And again, at the left-hand side, where we were integrating those roof forms of the garage with the two volumes before, since we cannot, or we're choosing not to do that, we instead extended the horizontality of the master bedroom deck beyond and guardrail and extended across the garage for a datum which we still believe works to unite the project. If we go to the next sheet, please. We did talk about this before. We've added landscape to these renderings to show both the transparency of the house and then also to show how really fully privatized it is. The entire north face of the bedroom wing is incorporates translucent glass. The lower section is currently obscured by a tall hedge, a mature hedge that will remain. And if we go to the next two sheets, I'm almost done with my sort of architectural presentation. Look at the sections, the same thing. Can see the drop in the volumes and the stepping in of the building from the right to the left. Then you can see the transparency of the building looking all the way through it to manifest the two independent volumes. And then next sheet, please. Again, a representation where the roofs were. I did mention before, I believe I'll do it again, that we've worked hard to also conceal the pool equipment, both visually and acoustically. It's in the left-hand side of the garage there, under the stair, and properly vented with some space vertical siding. We can go now to the last sheet, which is the landscape planting plan. I know there are no landscape architects on your board today, but I'll try my best to give a quick run through. If you keep going to two more sheets, please.
L1.
Yeah, I think that was the, I believe that was the hardscape plan, even though it's colored.
Oh, okay.
We should have had the colors reversed here.
Okay. Got it.
There you go. We have a very heavily landscaped plan with at least 5 olive trees, citrus trees, appropriate shrubbery and cover, all again to really make this house feel like it's been there in classic, with a classic Montecito garden meandering through. We have also placed the olives and citrus in the rear yard such that they would provide privacy from the deck of the neighbor looking down into this yard and for our clients as well. And in addition to that, we are continuing the hedge, as I mentioned. You can see on the left-hand side all the way across the front, and then on the right-hand side toward the east to provide a privacy and visual buffer to the home at 368. There's a new hedge across that section as well. If I can now move back and touch on a couple other items that were brought up. If we go back to sheet A1.4, please. That was the fourth sheet in the two. Yeah. First, I'd like to talk about the garage and one board member's potential concern for turnaround. I'd like to first note that this carport was provided a land use permit and a subsequent building permit and built about 10 years ago to code. And this is a modest or a medium-sized car, showing that it's very simple to back up and drive out the driveway very easily. That's reinforced by the down below on the partial enlarged floor plan. In addition to that, the back of the garage of the western edge is 2 feet more into the site than the head of the carport is right now. And we have an 18-foot wide oversized garage door, which will actually allow this particular element and turnaround to function better than it currently does. And it's not an issue right now. And again, that dimension before was estimated at only 4 feet. The apron's actually 6 feet from the edge of the east, total of 20 feet in depth for turnaround. Now, with this sheet before us, I'd like to turn to the project data on the right-hand side, if we could. Sorry about the tracking papers. Mentioned before, we were able to, there's that diagram that shows the 22-story buildings in the neighborhood, and then the ones with all of the addresses tagged on the building footprints are the ones that exceed our FAR, which reduced in the next table up from 113 to 106. Please note the neighbor directly to the north is 110, and there's several others, 3 or 4 right around the corner, and then several others on Seaview in what I would call the immediate neighborhood, because the scale of those homes is very similar to the scale of the homes on Miramar Avenue. If we scroll up a little bit, please, to the site data. The site data comparison, there was a concern that we had a little bit too much hardscape. We were able to reduce that quite a bit, about 700 square feet worth, 35.5%, by taking out the concrete apron outside the garage, taking out the concrete paving for the guest parking, minimizing the walkway pavers, which are technically permeable because they have 4-inch landscape joints, et cetera. So we really took that to heart and ended up with a lot less hardscape. The building footprint reduced 7.5% over about 200 square feet. And again, we were able to reduce the size of the house, the garage, and eliminate the deck to get us to that 106, which is a modest sized home, we believe, for this site. One thing that I'm going to segue onto right now is the fire department, because people might be looking at that driveway and saying, well, why the heck did it go up? If we go back to sheet A1.1, please, the cover sheet. Yes, thank you. And you can zero in on our property and just try to capture all the green notes there. Thank you, that's good. We did subsequently meet with the fire marshal and the assistant fire marshal with the Montecito Fire Department, Aaron Briner and Alex Brumond, about a week after our previous hearing. And we have been given a stamped conceptual approval for the site plan you see before you now. Unfortunately for our client, he's having to give up a big portion of his property, most notably the landscaped peninsula, which you see dashed in green on the lower left corner of the southwest corner of the site. They are allowing us to keep a slender 3-foot wide planter, that to conceal the trash enclosure to the south on the neighbor's property and to just provide a green moment before we get to the end of the lane. In addition to that, they're requiring to take over about 3 feet of that front yard area as the road bends and turns southeast toward the driveway easement. So that will push our hedge in about 3 feet and take away some prime real estate. However, in the long run, just so you all know, including the neighbors, if there would be a fire here without these improvements, they send a scout out first. You think you're all aware of this fire. And if the scout feels that the fire department cannot make a safe return out this long Miramar Avenue, they won't serve the property. So the net result here is that we lose a lot of real estate. However, all 6 or 7 of these homes are otherwise now ensured that they will be properly addressed in the unfortunate event of an emergency, such as a fire. Of this, as we scroll back to my last sheet, and I'll end on sheet A4 4.0, please, which is in about 7 sheets where the renderings were. One administrative item. Once I find my notes, is that we had been in process to get a historical report for our property and for the cottage that exists on the easternmost parcel, and received that by Dr. J. Carlander, and it was deemed that the existing cottage has no architectural or cultural significance and can therefore be demolished as part of this project. Back to A 4.0 in closing. I would like to point out what I feel is a project from this view up above and from the other view down below that exemplifies proper technique and adhering to your design review guidelines or any municipality's design review guidelines by A, stepping the massing for proper mass, bulk, and scale. D, taking the high massing down to the low massing toward the south where the driveway is. C, separating the massing into 2 distinct volumes that read that way and read as smaller than an otherwise larger home. D, well articulated with deep punches. E, proper use of local and traditional materials rendered in a compositional way. C, integration of colors vis-a-vis the window frames and the dark roof. And incidentally, a lot of people have mentioned that roofs without eaves are modern or contemporary. However, contemporaries of the moment, this project's not trying to be of the moment. It's trying to be a piece of architecture that belongs on the site, that uses appropriate materials, and has really been sensitive to the comments by the neighbors and comments as well. And I might add that looking at the eve versus no argument, that there are many historical buildings over the last several hundred years that don't have overhangs. And in fact, lo and behold, on the left-hand side there of your picture, there's an oversized garage that doesn't have any eaves, and it's right next door. I think that ends my presentation. I thank you all very much for the time you've allowed me to do this, and I'm open for any questions or comments you might have.
Okay, so thank you, Brett. Now, I'd just like to remind everybody that happens to be on the call, the next thing we will do is have questions from the board. Then we will have comments from the public. Then we will have comments. We'll have, first of all, questions from the board, questions and comments from the neighbors, and then the board will deliberate on this. So that's the order. And when it comes to the public comment, I want to make sure that everybody knows there's a 3-minute limit. I know that you may want to join some of your time together, and I will want to chat with whomever, however that might work before we get started. So Thank you for letting me give you that explanation. Members of the board, questions? Bill, please.
Yeah, Brett, this parking space here, is it essential? It's not required, certainly, right? This guest space you show here.
Montecito does require, I believe, one guest parking space uncovered.
Is that, so that's required? So the question.
Wait. I believe that's 1 acre or more. Kimberly? Kimberly?
This is Willow, the planner. I can address that.
Very good. Willow, please.
Yeah, the parking requirement in Montecito is 2 covered, 1 uncovered.
Even on less than an acre?
Yes.
Okay, so the question, Brett, is do you have sufficient backup distance for this car to be able to? And again, I don't know, maybe they're not as particular as some of the other agencies, like the city doesn't like you doing, 3 or 4 or 5 point turns to make your moves out of here. But is there enough width to get out and not cross property line and interfere with neighbors and all the rest of that? With that,
well, there's certainly enough room to maneuver exactly the way the 2 cars are shown in the garage, Bill. And my understanding is that there's a vehicular or access easement that runs the entire length of the property, including through 368. Even if that wasn't the case, it would be very simple for this guest parking or a driver to back out the same way they came in, especially now that we've widened the throat up quite a bit. So either way, I think,
back out this way and
yes.
out down the walk there. Okay.
Either way, I think we're good.
And one other question, the colors that you have there, the dark brown, is there any reason why the dark brown versus a lighter weathered wood? Any thoughts about that?
Yes, thank you. I forgot to mention that. Yes, the dark brown is twofold. Most notably, the darker colors recede from view. So our intent there from the street view especially is to, the darker color will allow that 2-story slender volume to recede more from view than a light colored would. Also, we're using a heat treated wood for maintenance purposes. The owner does not want to stain or be painting. And the heat treating process darkens the wood naturally and does not require a sealer. And we're doing that deliberately to provide an articulation and deliberate contrast to the lighter colored overgrouted stone, so that the 2 are strong in appearance and not kind of muddied up.
Are there any flat roofed elements in the neighborhood that you're aware of, too, just out of curiosity?
I'm not aware of any flat roofed elements.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Tip, please.
Yes. Can you tell me, repeat again, what is the FAR? Is it 1.01 you said, or what?
106.
No, it was 1.13, and now, Tip, we're at 106.
And can I see the east elevation, please? No, the west elevation. No, I mean the north elevation.
Which elevation?
North means facing the neighbors.
Yes, that's on sheet A4.2, upper right hand section.
So this is the north elevation?
Right here.
Upper right hand, yes.
And what are those 4 windows?
As I mentioned, translucent glass. The 2 on the left are on either side of the master bed. The bed is up against that wall looking south. And the 2 windows on the very right, both again translucent glass. One is, they're both in the master bathroom.
Okay, and what is the maximum height at that point now, since you lower 18 inches?
Yes, we're at 28 feet now 7 feet below the allowable maximum and about a foot lower than the neighbor.
So the way you got to 28 feet is you have the first floor at how many feet?
The first floor is 10 foot even, 9 foot plate. The
So
second floor has a
10 to the finished floor?
finished floor to finished floor is approximately 10 feet. So 9 foot ceilings at the entry only.
And then to the plate at the second floor is another 9?
9 feet, yes.
So that's 19 feet, and then you slope up to another 9 feet to 28?
No, not quite, because we reduced the roof slope from 12 and 12 to 10 and 12, so you got 9, 19. I guess if you add the dimension of the eave, yeah, 28 feet, right.
And then the wing on the right, what is the ceiling height for the living room?
It shows on the right-hand side, if you can,
That's
the ridge is at 23, 5.5. And the eave is deliberately at 13.10, so on the left you can see where it comes into contact. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's matching the railing.
Yeah, we're trying to capture that architecturally so we don't make a mistake. Yeah.
And then the driveway is serving one residence in the back.
Two.
The shared driveway.
Yes, the shared easement access driveway serves 2 properties to the east, 368 and 366, I believe.
Oh,
That
there-
shows up on the cover sheet.
So there are 2 more residences behind.
Correct.
And so right now the distance between from the face of the garage door to the edge of the driveway is 20 feet.
Correct.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Don Sharp, please.
Britt, have you considered lowering the roof pitch some?
Well, Don, we did do that. We lowered the roof pitch from 12 and 12, which was matching our roof pitch around the corner that I showed you, and we thought was compatible with the neighborhood. But to bring the volume of that structure down, we decreased the roof pitch from 12 and 12 to 10 and 12. I think any flatter than that on a building like this without eaves starts to not work, doesn't look good, feels too squat, and is not the look that we're trying to do. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mandro.
Yes. What is the required setback from the north property line, and what is the actual setback that you're providing for that bedroom wing?
The required setback is 10% of the lot width, Dave, or in this case, 8'6", and that's where we're at. It goes to 9 feet toward the front there because the property's not a pure rectangle. And the neighbor's property is anywhere from 2.5 feet to 5 feet
Okay.
on both sides.
And did you consider offsetting that bedroom wing a little more to pull it away from the neighbor's window, or is this? I know you mentioned, you show that here that you've done that. Is the possibility of doing that even further, or what's the limitation?
I think you can appreciate probably 100 floor plan options here, but the stair is really dictating how far we can slide things because we need to get under it on both sides of the stair. So putting the master bedroom where we have it at the end really requires us, or it just really limited us tremendously in terms of pulling it back.
Okay. And the entire house can be moved that direction the way it is because you're on the front yard setback already.
Yeah, we would be asking for a mod right now, and that seemed to take that right-hand portion of the kitchen and push it too close to the hedge. And bear in mind, even if we could pull that left-hand wing closer, putting it in the same plane as the kitchen and dining room wing is just, doesn't have that same three-dimensional success that this play in the roof volumes from front to back will have, I believe.
Thanks. So those are my questions.
Okay, and I guess it's up to me. So Brett, you have two roof gardens shown on this plan.
Yes.
One which is integral to the upstairs, and the other one which is kind of remote. Can you explain the need for both of those, please?
Well, it's our client's desire to celebrate the beauty of the site as much as possible. And when we decided to lose the roof pitch back there to keep the massing down and the sight lines down, he suggested, and I thought it was a great idea, to occupy that roof with some green as well. So that's pretty much where we're at on that.
So something like 1995 concluded about 3 years of active community participation, as they say politely, about allowable areas of buildings and setbacks and things like that. We had the community plan in 92, but 95 is when we got the architectural guidelines, and the FAR ended up in the guidelines. At the time, we had discussed a FAR that was actually based on volume, not based on floor area. And at the time, we did not have all of the computerized equipment that we have now, and it was felt that it was too difficult to calculate, but that we all were hoping that the projects that were brought before us would have some kind of understanding of single-story volumes for single-story FAR calculations. It appears to me that that the kitchen has a fairly tall mass because you have used the FAR single-story for a, not quite, but pretty close to two-story volume. Could you please address the issue that perhaps your FAR is understating the actual volumetric quality of this house, and that in fact, when you look at volume, you are too large for the neighborhood in terms of volume, please?
Well, it sounded like there might be 3 questions in your question there.
Then I will take 3 answers.
Okay. Well, I believe the best place to go is sheet A 4.1, if you please.
Where I was, yeah. Right. Oh, 4.1.
Yeah,
There we go.
the main building elevation from the west lower right-hand corner. Yeah, if we could maybe zero in on that. That would be great. Thank you. Well, I think what looking at here is a threefold answer, perhaps, that describes or necessitates this volume at the height that it is. It's effectively the great room for this house. It's fairly small in its plan dimension, and we don't really have any high volume at all in this lower level of the house. The living room's at 9 feet, which is, fairly low for a house of this quality. So in lieu of that, the kitchen and the dining room are acting as the quote unquote great room. And as I mentioned before, architecturally, we're really trying to contain guardrail, so that establishes the eave. We're matching the roof slopes. And I believe that any lower than this, at that breadth or that width of building, will A, make it too squat, and B, it won't have the proper relationship to the slender, taller volume on the left. So there's an architectural massing here that I think is really well thought out. And whether or not the cathedral ceiling of the kitchen or dining area qualifies as they are or not, it's not something we're looking to activate by putting a loft in there or anything like that. It's just a way to get some proper volume on site within the structure for this great room.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions before we go to public comment, please?
No.
Okay, so public comment. Can the people that are interested somehow indicate who's where? I know we received a long letter from Beth Collins. Are you going to represent multiple neighbors? How are we, otherwise everyone's restricted to 3 minutes.
John,
Yes.
we have Sarah Bronstad with her hand raised, and she works with Miss Collins. So I'm going to let her speak.
Okay, that sounds good. Could you please address that concern? Are you representing multiple clients?
Sarah, can you unmute yourself, please?
Because this is a long letter, 30 pages.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my name is Sarah Bronstad. I'm a land use planner with Brownstein Hyatt Carver Schreck. And I am here today on behalf of a group of neighbors that reside immediately adjacent to the project. There are these neighbors, but also additional neighbors are present today. However, I'm speaking for the immediately adjacent neighbors, and we'll keep it brief. Anyone else that will speak, I can assure you. A lot of neighbors don't actually feel comfortable voicing their concerns personally due to a cease and desist order that was delivered from the property owner after the previous hearing when they spoke up their concern. I was not present at that meeting, but I watched it on YouTube. So I have a good understanding of not only the concerns, but the concerns expressed by the board previously. Hopefully you have had a chance to review that letter from Beth Collins that we submitted yesterday, which outlines where we see the project conflicts with the Montecito architectural design guidelines and how the project doesn't appear to meet the findings of approval required by the Montecito Land Development Code. Just to go over the issues briefly for you, we have general concerns about fire access on Miramonte. I realize there's been changes incorporated in the plans to remove that landscape area and expand the beginning of that driveway entrance, but it doesn't appear to be enough to improve fire access and safety. I realize this is not a question or for discussion with you as a board, but rather the fire department. I'm just mentioning this because I know you have expressed concerns at the previous meeting, and also just thinking about the future, knowing the density of this neighborhood could increase due to a SB9 law that's in effect. So this emergency access issue is only going to get worse. So this, addressing this now seems like the right time. The other issues that we brought up is neighborhood compatibility in large part, and also just defining what the neighborhood is. So in the definition of neighborhood compatibility in the Montecito architectural guidelines is the relationship between the surrounding structures and their settings, so that the effect of the structure taken all together is aesthetically pleasing, keeping the neighborhood in harmony and balance. So for the neighborhood, the purpose of determining compatibility, we think, is to be the immediately surrounding homes, not homes that are a quarter mile away on streets with a very different pattern of development. Average size homes on small lots, of course, are going to have a high FAR. Of course, they're going to have more 2 stories, but the houses directly around the project site is what we think should be evaluated. Compatible, both architectural style, the height, whether it's 1 or 2 stories. The other issue is the location of the second story on the site and the balcony that's just right outside the neighbor's window. There's really just those windows that are facing this property where the project is. So it's just really strange that this balcony is just like perched right there. It seems like just kind of a blatant disregard for the neighbor. And also the roof decks in general also could create a, well, not only for this neighbor, as you can see, this would be their view from their master bedroom window now, but also the neighbor east, who has a very small cottage with living space windows right there, his private yard right over the hedge. It just is, like I said, sort of a blatant disregard for the surrounding structures. And lastly, that backup maneuvering from the uncovered parking space just seems like they're just gonna, need to go to the neighbor's yard, and the neighbor hasn't been consulted, and we don't quite understand that. So beyond that, I'm available if you have any questions. I will be available if you have any questions about the letter. So otherwise, thank you so much for listening. And I think we'll only have just a couple more speakers. So thank you.
Sarah, please stay. Do not go until after we're done, please. Okay.
Chair Watson,
Yes.
can I have a question for the legal firm?
Okay, go ahead, Tip.
My question, maybe you know this, maybe you don't, but the easement, the 14-foot easement that's serving the two neighbors behind, is that a diminishing easement, or is it the easement all the way to the end?
The easement does go to the back property. There's two houses behind this proposed project, and they do have easement. They have access rights over this project, but the easement, it's our understanding that the front parcel doesn't have easement access to the back parcels because.
So it's a diminishing easement.
What's that?
It sounds like a Tip.
It sounds like that.
That's what she just described.
All right, thank you.
I heard you say diminishing.
That's correct. It's a technical term that Tip actually ran into on his own project. So let's move on. So
Okay, I have Michael Lee.
Michael Lee, would you please unmute yourself? And can you promote him if possible so we can see him?
Sure.
Can you see me and hear me?
I can see her. There you no. I can hear you. Yes, please go ahead, Michael. Now I can't hear you. Mike? Mike, we cannot hear you.
I don't see him anymore.
Well, okay, so can we go to somebody else and maybe, hopefully he'll jump back on.
Mike, wait, I got Mike. Mike, can you unmute yourself? There we go.
Okay, Mike, please.
Hi. My name's Michael Lee, and I'm the former owner, a couple owners back of this, these two parcels that are in question. And I live about a block away, or about a half a block away from this property. My main comment is the project is a really interesting project, but it's like putting two houses on a 65-foot wide lot with only a 16-foot or a 14-foot easement next to it. And the fact that there's 9-foot plate lines and 10 and 12 pitches, it's like two giant buildings on a little skinny property. And I just don't think it fits in. There is other 2-story houses in the neighborhood, but most of the one immediately north is on a property that's probably 2.5 size this, or 2 times this property size. And the one farther north is a large 1-acre parcel. And I just don't see, I think it's just too massive for the neighborhood. The neighborhood is kind of subdued and everybody gets along. And all of a sudden we have these 2 houses with a giant mezzanine between and a rooftop garage, which totally, and a rooftop deck, which totally, in my opinion, expands out their living space past the property lines. So that's my main comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Sharon?
Yes, I have David Thur. Hold on. David, can you unmute yourself, please? There you go.
Thank you. We were shocked and very upset when we received the cease and desist order on Christmas Eve of all days. We are sad that this is the way it has to be, knowing we may live next door to this person the rest of our lives. Our goal is not to be difficult, but rather protect our privacy and help preserve the character of our neighborhood. Our concerns have been documented in the letter from Beth Collins. So thank you for reviewing that and listening. Our hope is that some changes to the project can be made to address our concerns. And then we can all move forward in a civil, kind, and neighborly manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else, please?
No, I see no other hands raised.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to close public comment. Now, I did have a chance to read this 30-page missive, and I think that there's a lot of redundancy in it, but I think that the value of this letter is that, I guess it's Beth, organized the required findings that we are required to make on every project. So what I'd like to do before you comment is just quickly go over them. I think we all know them, but to refresh them. Overall structure shapes as well as parts of any structure are in proportion to and in scale with other existing or permitted structures on the same site and in the area surrounding the property. I think that's probably the primary one we're going to be chatting about. Electrical and mechanical equipment is well integrated. Harmony of color, composition, materials is on the structure. There will be a limited number of materials. There's a harmonious relationship with existing and proposed adjoining developments, avoiding excess variety and monotonous repetition, but allowing similarity of style if warranted. Site layout, orientation, and location of structures and signs will be appropriate and well-designed relationship one to the other to the environmental qualities, open spaces, and topography of the site with consideration for public views, not private views, public views of the hillsides and the ocean and the semi-rural character of the community as viewed from scenic view corridors as shown on a given map. Adequate landscaping will be provided in proportion to the project. Grading and development is designed to avoid visible scarring. Signs including associated lighting are well designed. The proposed development will be consistent with any additional design standards expressly adopted by the Board of Supervisors for the specific local community area, etc. So those are they. And so having said that, in the same order, Bill Wolf, please.
Okay, well, thank you, John, for that clarification. So, yeah, I think Brett and company, it's a beautiful home and nicely designed, but I think that we're seeing that the compatibility here is what we're questioning. So, I mean, I have some suggestions certainly that might help. I think you could still do a flatter pitch roof. I know that you're fighting against that design element, but I think you could do a much shallower pitched roof and still, again, be more compatible with the roof shapes that you have. Of course, you said there are some that are pitched higher in the neighborhood, but I think the majority are a shallower pitch. And I think you could still do that with a clipped eave and still make it work. And that would help lower the height overall. I think that, in terms of the neighborhood and privacy thing, I would look at the rooftop garden on the garage as a don't do it. I think that's looking into the neighbors. It's getting a little too close to the property line, and I don't think I would be in favor of that. I think the one between the structures is fine, and I'd be okay with that. And to that point, I would say too that the deck that comes off the master on the second floor, you could remove that because you've got the rooftop garden, and you could use that area there for the master. I know these are things that may be against your judgment, but I'm just trying to think of things that might, we're trying to come to something that could be compatible with the neighbors that keep the neighborhood happy and everybody could, move on. The other thing I think you could do would be to shift that wing, that bedroom wing forward and maybe allow a little more view from the neighbor's existing window. We're looking at what they've got existing and we're trying to be considerate of that. And I know you've made some efforts, but I think I would make a little more effort as well. I know that you're dealing with the garage and access and the tightness of that turn, and it still seems a little tight to me in terms of getting out of there. You've shown with some geometries that it works, but I think even with a 19-foot or an 18-foot door, it seems like you need a little more than 20 feet to me, but maybe it's okay. Material-wise, I would say, the colors of the building, I would say, a lighter tone of weathered wood could, again, look at the neighbor's colors. They're not dark. And that might be a way to be compatible, a little more compatible. So you're looking at roof pitches that are compatible with the majority of the neighbors, wood siding materials that are compatible. And I'd be okay with a weathered wood, but a lighter color. I don't know if everybody else will agree with what I'm saying, but these are just my thoughts. And I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Bill. We are on for concept today, by the way, just to remind everybody. Tip?
Yes, by the way, I definitely want to thank Brad for making a very complete, comprehensive presentation. And I hate to say this, but I do agree with a lot of design principle that Brad was raising in his design about the steeper pitch and the house. And I think it's a beautiful home. But I'm really struggling with the project because what coming down to is this. Even though you have is it a 55-foot wide lot, Brad?
Pardon me?
The lot is 55 feet wide.
Well, including the easement, it's 85.5 or 86 feet. Sorry.
Right, I'm sorry. Yeah. So what I'm looking at this, even the lot is, 80-something feet. You are losing about 18 to 19 feet for the easement and the landscaping. So that get the lot down to 60-something feet. And because of that, I think you had to design a house based on that criteria. Another way about the two lots. And I feel that the house is just really big just because of that, because you try to squeeze it into the whatever you have left of 60 feet or something like that. That's why the driveway is tight, the garage turnout is tight. And so that's one issue I have. The second is about the FAR. It's the FAR is the way we control the mass spoken scale of the project. But this project has many elements that bypassing the FAR. In a way, it meets the guideline, but the volume of the kitchen that could be, a two-story element. It could be another floor above it. The roof deck between the master bedroom and the kitchen wing, that's another outdoor space. And then the roof deck over the garage, that's another area. Then the balcony at the master bedroom. So you have all those areas, which I thought they are nice, but I feel that they are probably too many for this site. I don't have problem with the materials. I think materials, is nice, but I really have a problem with the scale of the project. And I could live with the 20 feet of total backyard. I think it's workable, 14 plus 6. And I think that should be fine. It's a little tight, but it's workable. The last parking spot is being very difficult because how do you get out? You pretty much had to back out if you don't have an easement to go back into the next two properties past the project. And that is something that, one more thing that I think we try to squeeze in. So I would like to see if you can, I definitely cannot support the roof deck over the garage. I prefer to see the pitch roof back. And I would like to, and I think that if you lower the pitch down just a little bit, I think it still look very nice, maybe down to 812 instead of 1012. I still believe that you have a good project. If you can find a way just to reduce the footprint a little bit, ideally, it's better to put the 2-story portion over the kitchen and move the kitchen over to the other side. That will give a little better privacy between the neighbors, but I see why you're not doing it. So that's a couple of things, and I'm sure that we'll need to have story polls when you get to that point. I'm not sure we are at that point or not, but we just have to wait until all the comments and we'll see if we can proceed to a story poll. Thank you.
Donald.
Thank you. Well, I personally am a big believer in compromise, and no one wants to live next door to neighbors that don't even speak to each other. So this is not our decision, not to be made, but only to suggest that I agree with the roof pitch lowering. I think there's too much building on the site. I think that the great room ceiling can easily be lowered and still give the feeling that the owner wants to have. And I just encourage everybody to try and compromise to a degree. Of course, they're not ever going to all agree, but you got to give a little and take a little. So my encouragement is that they compromise. Thank you.
David?
Yes, first I want to acknowledge how difficult a project this is, both for the applicant and the neighbors. It's a small, very constrained property. Neighborhoods in transition often run into these issues where properties are developed for modern living and you have an older neighborhood. And I agree with Don, anything you can do to find a balance and find a compromise that everybody can live with, I highly encourage that. I'm going to go down your list, John. As far as massing, I think, first of all, the applicant, to my mind, has demonstrated that 2-story houses do exist in the neighborhood, including the neighbor next door, and that there is a precedent for exceeding the FAR to the extent they're proposing. But when you exceed the FAR, your responsibility is to be more diligent about the other parts of the project. So there's a concern there, but I think, to my mind, they've demonstrated that. As far as the mass, bulk, and scale of the project, I like the way it's broken into the 2 elements with the lower flat area in between. I think that successfully breaks down the scale of the project. And again, if you look at this project relative to the house next door, which is much more of a square volume, to me, this is successful.
Where they took the picture.
Where I think I strongly suggest you lower the, I can buy your argument about the roof pitch to some degree, but I strongly suggest you lower the plate heights. There's extra height in that living space, and there's extra height in the bedroom upstairs. With an exposed steep pitch roof like that, you could go down to 7-foot plate easily. So I know it might not be your original design intent. You're going for these vertical forms, but I think you do need to scale this down. I think the design of the project, the materials, I think are very nicely done and appropriate. They're all materials that exist in the Montecito community. I think a house without overhangs is perfectly appropriate if it's done correctly. And I think this is. I think it's a nice piece of architecture. As far as the roof decks, I think the roof deck between the living space and the bedroom is right on. It gives your client a space to be, but also affords privacy. to the neighbors. The deck off the east end of the bedroom, I would really strongly question that. I think you could have it off the south end the way you have it, but I strongly question the one on the east and the impact to the neighbor. And as others have said, I can't support the roof deck on the garage. That's just going to impact everybody. And so again, I think you're very successful in the main living deck, and I think that's the right solution. I didn't see any landscape lighting or exterior lighting, but we'll definitely want to review that at some point, and it all needs to be dark sky compliant and not impact the neighbors. I'm assuming you'll get to that. Landscape, it seems like you've provided as much landscape area as you can within this tight site, but we obviously want you to develop that, make sure that you do everything to screen and provide privacy between you and your neighbors. The grading seems to be a non-issue. This is a flat site previously developed, and I don't see where this project is impacting public views. So overall, I think it's a nice piece of architecture, but it just needs to be scaled down and be a little more responsive to the neighbors' concerns, and then I think you'll be there. Thanks.
Okay, and so that leaves it up to me. So as I am famous for saying, the FAR giveth and the FAR taketh away. So usually the fight with the FAR is that people push well beyond the 100 or 110 that we find acceptable. In this case, I think Brett has done that. Now, when it was instituted, it was designed back in '95. It was designed to limit what were truly excessively large houses on relatively small lots. But as it has progressed, it has acted as a standard which I think people can reasonably assume or use as a derivation for property value what is and is not allowable. So I am I strongly look at the FAR numbers every time. People know that. And so I'm speaking to the neighbors. I'm not so sure Sharon, turn off your mic.
It's me, so please.
Please turn off your mic.
I'm not speaking.
There's a phone or something.
I don't have a phone.
Somebody who's got a phone, please turn off your mic. I'm sorry, I apologize, Sharon. Okay, so.
Give me a call when you can, and I'm going to call you on your cell phone. Okay.
Somebody turn off your mic, please. Okay, so I think that there's some reasonable expectation that they can have about what they've got in terms of floor area. Now it comes down to how tricky and finessing the architect can come within that allowable floor area. So it looks to me, if I understand this floor plan in the lower right-hand corner, there's this great big huge entry that happens to have some furniture in it that's a TV room, but the furniture is pointed away from the two-story volume. And there's a fireplace that looks like it's blocking the view from the living room and this tall volume. Now, maybe it's got a pipe in there, maybe it doesn't, I don't know, but it seems to me that that large entry that's labeled as a living room could be reconsidered and brought, the entire mass on the right-hand side could be brought towards the north, which would help pull it off the driveway, which is gonna help a lot. So maybe that's viable, maybe that's not viable, but Brett, I think you could maybe take a look at your floor plan and see if you could tighten that up. The garage roof deck, I will not vote for that. In the site plan, the real problem with the site is that the FAR calculation allows the use of any it allows the use of gross square feet of the property. This property has a disproportionately high driveway on it, and therefore makes it look like the property is larger in the FAR calculation. Now, I'm a strong believer in what's good for Peter is good for Paul. We have always allowed these easements to be in there, and I think we have that same, that I have that same obligation to be consistent with this owner. I think, the question that I asked Brett about volume versus FAR is, I think, probably at the core of the problems that the neighbors have. And Brett, shrink the living room, shrink the building somehow, lower it, something in order, I think, to get neighborhood compatibility. Now that's the end of my comments, so I'm going to become chairman again. We have the opportunity to bring you on for preliminary next time. And if you have decided that you want to go with this plan, I would want to ask each member right now, if he comes back with this plan, will you vote to deny it and therefore send it up to the planning commission if he says, this is what I want? So Dave, if he comes back with this plan.
John?
Yes.
Before you go down, you know what? This is the project we haven't even seen the story polls.
That's what I was going to say too.
Okay.
Make any comments?
Okay, so, well.
I would need to see the stalls on the site.
Before you can vote.
The situation.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
Potentially support it or.
Yeah, I would.
Okay. Okay.
Needing to see that.
Excuse me for jumping the gun. Excuse me for jumping the gun. Brett, are you there, please?
Yes.
You have heard our comments. Do you believe that you can effectively reduce the mass, bulk, and scale of this project, given your interest in the architecture, your client's interest, or do you believe this is where we're going to end up for now?
Well, I think we've already shown from the first presentation to this one our willingness to listen to your sensitive comments and respond accordingly. And now we have a second round of comments to listen to, consider when I separately meet with my client to follow up on this. But, you know, I think half of these comments are super easy to deal with. The other half are a little harder to deal with, but we will certainly consider these comments very thoughtfully and respond accordingly. I think there's room to maneuver here. I just can't speak too much without speaking to my client.
Okay, so it sounds to me like further concept. Is that what it sounds like to everybody?
I vote that they come back with story polls, and
Yeah,
whether they decide to make changes or not, that we have story polls for the next meeting.
Tip?
I think you might want to make his adjustments first before he story poll, right?
That's what I'm thinking. You know, they might want to regroup and decide what to do. And if they keep the design or they lower it, either way, come back. If they feel comfortable, then come back next time with story polls.
That's what I agree.
Here's my problem. It's taking 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks to get on the agenda. And, you know, I am sensitive to people paying mortgages and, you know, wanting to move on with their life. And I'm sensitive that there are a lot of people that want to do that. So that's why our agendas are so long. So I'm trying to find a way to cut one meeting out of this. Maybe that's not possible, but does anybody want to, and therefore story polls are not another review or not. So that's where I'm going with my comments.
That's what I agree. I think the next meeting should be story polls followed up with a concept review. And then I think we'll all know if we can support the project or not. And then they can move forward. We've all agreed that the architecture, well, I can't speak for everybody, but it seems like the architecture can work. It's all about the mass, bulk, and scale.
I agree with Dave. So that's how I think we should continue this item. until we have a story post and Brett has a chance to talk to his clients and see what we can do.
So then the order I think that people are saying is, Brett, if you can reduce the mass bulk and scale, please do that. Put up the story poles based on the smaller, mass bulk and scale, however you work that. Is that acceptable to you? And then come back next time.
Yes, it sounds like a good strategic and efficient strategy to proceed forward.
Okay.
Thanks for
So let me say one more thing to that. If we're able to make a decision once we see story polls, I think this should not come back for concept. I think it should come back for preliminary. And if we're going to deny it, we're going to deny it. If we're going to prove it, we're going to prove it.
I agree. That was what I was thinking too.
Okay, so Brett, see what you can do. Put up the story poles. It's very obvious down the tall ridge, the two big ridges. You don't have to do anything else, just the two ridges.
I like to see the corner of the two elements.
Okay, what do you want to see? What do you want to see?
I would like to see there are two simple elements. I like to see the corners of the two elements plus the ridge.
Okay.
So that's 10 story poles.
No, I don't think so. You're talking about staking only on the ground, the volume.
Okay, and then 4 story poles.
2 story poles.
Just for the west, just for the 2 west-facing ridges.
Well, what I'm saying is that on the left wing, on the master, I would like to see the 4 corners and the 2 ridges, and the 2 for the ridges. So that would be 6.
Yes.
And then on the other side, I'd like to see, same thing, 4 with the 2, because that's really what we are talking about here.
Okay, so
I agree, because this is such a important element of the approval. We need to see those 2 forms.
Okay, so Brett, do you understand?
You're saying here.
Yes, it went from ridge poles only to story poles, defining the main building corners of the 2 volumes into the 2 ridges volumes.
So is it
12 poles?
12 poles, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
John,
please, Don. Yes, please.
As I look at that building section that was just on the screen a few minutes ago, I look at the volume of that master bedroom ceiling with 9-foot plate heights and, a 10 and 12 pitch or whatever it is. That seems to me to be out of proportion. And that carries into a closet, a bathroom, all of which I believe is unnecessary, my own personal opinion, to get the volume feeling that the owner would like to have. And lowering that down sufficiently could retain the pitch that Brett has been working with and defending. And the same thing is true for the volume in the kitchen, as I said earlier. So, I hate to see story poles erected at this height when I think there's a better solution that may ameliorate all the confusion and neighborhood opposition. So whatever.
Okay, it sounds to me like the ball is in Brett's court. He's going to need to figure out if he is willing to and lower this or do whatever he's going to do. But I think it's time to get the story polls. Everybody agree with that? And then we'll be able to have a more informed discussion on the site. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is no motion because we're on for concept. So Brett, thank you very much. I hope that all works out with you and your client.
Thanks a lot.
And so we have a motion for adjournment. Wait, just before we do that, we had 14 items today. We started at 11, it's now 4:15. Could we do 10 items or something, trying to get this backlog filled out, or should we stay with
13, 14 items on the next couple agendas?
That says it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so what time should we start then? Are we able to start at 11 again?
if you want.
Well, no, I'm asking the board. Thank you, Sharon.
If we can.
If we have to.
Yeah, I don't know if it's better to go later or start earlier. If we start at noon and go to 5 versus 11 and go to 4.
Yeah.
I
Why
like
don't
to
we,
start at noon.
I think noon also.
Okay.
I think noon. And
Yeah.
John ran a tight meeting today. So
Absolutely, John.
we
Keep
were
it up.
very efficient, I think, compared to normal. So it won't always be 13, 14 items. And this time it might be an hour longer. But I think that starting at 12 is probably better for everyone.
Okay, very good. So,
You know what? I just sent, unfortunately, we cannot start it the next time because I just did all my noticing with the start time as 1.
Can you re-notice?
I cannot No, I apologize.
All right. We'll just go later.
Just do the time after next.
yeah, so members of the board, I want to thank you all for being so concise. You really did a great job.
Well, thank you, John, for doing a wonderful job.
Okay, so
Good running.
with that, do I get a motion for adjournment, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
See you guys, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. See you in 2 weeks, guys. Thanks, Bill, for all your hard work there.
Yeah. Good job, John and Bill. Thanks.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Bill.